Easy guys, Dom here from Cringy Dad Gaming. So, welcome to Icarus live. I know, it's been a while since I've done a live stream, isn't it? I just thought, you know what, I haven't done one for a while. I've been playing the game, but just, yeah, you know, in the background as such. And I thought, well, it's Saturday afternoon. Why not just stream the game for a little while rather than just playing it and recording the gameplay behind the scenes and then uploading bits and bobs here and there. So we're just going to do a live stream of the game. Any of you guys that are interested in the game, then obviously you can ask me some questions in the chat, which is live right now as well, so I can see your chat, but do be aware though that the chat may have a little bit of a delay and I may not see your comments straight away. If you're watching this back though and you're not watching it live and you're watching it as part of an archive stream, then you can comment on the video and I might be able to respond to you, depends on if I see your comments or not. And if you've got questions about the game, then yeah, just ask. I've probably got, I'd say probably about 40 hours in the game so far, maybe a bit more, and that's not including all the beta weekends that I played. So we're going to look at doing the mission, and we are playing solo, which it is a bit grindy solo, and I will be kind of discussing my feelings on the solo experience as we get into the gameplay in a minute, because if any of the development team see this who are from the studio that's producing the game, then who knows, they might take that feedback on board to help us solo players who, by the looks of it, on various social media platforms and Steam reviews, kind of feel the same way about the whole solo experience. But we'll get into that in a minute and we'll talk about that, and then we'll just I guess see if we can survive really and try and complete a mission. So we're going to choose a new prospect here. I was going to try, which one was it I was going to try? Let's look. Not a scan. Recovery, was it that one?
Units put up a contract.
No, not that one. There was one that I wanted to play. I've got to find it now. It's not the construction. It's not. I've done the extraction one. Not the waterfall expedition. Is it this one?
This one's for Sinitai.
No.
They want it done quick.
There's one I haven't done yet. The ones I've done should have ticks on them, shouldn't they? I want one where I'm going to actually earn some credits for actually doing the mission. I don't know if I want to do another snowy one.
Legos units put up a contract if you're looking for a payday. It's an open secret. The Terra Zone's full of failed terraforming warheads, if you can find them. And let's just say they're invested in that particular technology. Discreet.
The Glacier is quite difficult. It's quite hard there, just purely for the solo player perspective. The polar bears, they're very difficult to deal with solo. Although I have killed a lot of them from hiding in caves and shooting them through the little hole that I've mined through. You don't always get to a cave in time. I'm sure there was another one where we've got to collect some biosamples, and I'm sure I saw it. Maybe I'm going nuts.
Welcome back.
Done that one. I think I might be going a little bit crazy because I'm sure I saw another mission that was to do with collecting samples, but it was in a different location.
ACS just put a contract up. You're opening up Icarus for them. And everyone else. Yep, the future's coming. Where it's all going, who can say?
That's a long one. That's a month-long mission, like in real life. So you're not doing that one. Maybe we should do the
Legos unit have a problem.
Warhead recovery one then.
Surprising when you're trying to run a planet. It's an open secret. The Terra Zone's full of failed terraforming warheads, if you can find them. And let's just say they're invested in that particular technology. Discreetly, if possible. Think you can take care of that?
I reckon so. I reckon we should be able to do this one, maybe. We'll give it a whirl. See what happens. We might as well take a few things with us. That might come in handy. That we've purchased in the workshop. Alright. Private. Because it's just little old me. That's all it is. So as I said, don't be shy. Get in the comments, guys. If you're watching live now, we can live chat and let me know what you're up to. You having a good weekend? Is it actually going to drop us in the glacier or near it? Probably near it, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. All right.
The Legos unit may be UDA, but 4 light years from Earth, they decide what flies and what dies out here. They're interested in terraforming tech and what it can do for them in the future. Because there's a lot of Icarus out there beyond the Terra Zone, and a lot of bio-warheads that never went off. That tech was beyond top secret. Now it's just waiting out there for people to find them. Someone must have sent them some intel because they want you to investigate a few locations, see what you can turn up. Check your map. Stay safe and wash your hands afterwards.
Yeah, sure. There'll be a fair bit of decontamination going on when we get back to the ship. So, like, let's just get the meat out of the way, shall we, in terms of kind of how I'm feeling about the game, because there might be people jumping into the stream or into the video that might kind of want to know how I feel about it. I've played an awful lot of survival games over the years, big fan of survival games, and I really like the concept of this game. I like the survival and sci-fi element, being a fan of sci-fi as well and enjoying shows on Netflix such as Lost in Space and stuff like that. I feel it has a lot of those kind of elements, maybe even some Star Trek-y vibes in places with like the newer Star Trek series that is also on Netflix, which is also quite good. I know some of those stories are more about being stranded, and these guys aren't necessarily stranded as such, but it's still exploration of a planet that's trying to be terraformed. You know, I guess Earth is pretty shit. Oh yeah, disclaimer, there may be some bad language in this stream while I talk freely, so I hope I don't offend you. If I do, then I apologise in advance. But anyway, so my basically feeling so far is that I like the game and the concept of it. One thing I'm not feeling is the progression, at least from a solo standpoint. I tend to find that doing a mission, spending all the time building a base and grinding for materials to then, once you finish the mission and complete it, you have to start all over again the next time you jump down to the planet. Now, I personally don't like that. As a solo player, it takes me a long time to gather resources and build stuff. Where if you're playing in a group, it's going to be a lot faster for those people. And I don't feel that the game should reward people for playing in a group. I think it should be played however you want to play it. And I'm a solo player at its core with not just this game, but most games. And that's because I don't really have friends that game. And I don't really have, you know, the option to really make new friends and keep up friendship groups because I've got so much going on in my life. I don't always get a chance to, you know, be able to spend time playing games with people. So basically, I'm a billionaire, mates. He plays games on his own in his free time. Okay, so my point being is that the grind for me is pretty real. You know, it takes a while for me to craft stuff in this game and get it all together as a solo player, and that is something that I think needs to be addressed, the solo experience. The main point that I wanted to get across here, and this is mainly for the developers, is that say you've got a group of people playing, they can complete the missions a lot quicker because not only are they able to get together the resources they need to complete the mission, but they're also able to kill a lot of the enemies, like the animal bosses and stuff like that are in some of these missions, a lot easier and a lot quicker as a group, which means they're earning a lot more cash a lot quicker. Now, I've found that the cash that you unlock to be able to buy items in the workshop, a little bit like what I got here, some of these items I got here have been researched and purchased in the workshop back in the space station. They cost so much money to do. As a solo player, it takes me a long time to earn that money. Where for people playing in a group, they can earn that money at a faster rate because they're completing missions faster, being able to do them faster. So my idea to the developers is to have a separate solo option for when people want to play the game. If they want to play it solo, it means that they get an increased amount of cash that's being earned by the solo player, but also when they're crafting, either they get more crafting resources when they craft, or things cost less to build. And that is just a simple and straightforward way to make it a little bit more solo friendly, because it's a little bit too grindy for a solo player, in my opinion, at this point. Now, the game's only just come out recently, so we can't really expect it to be perfect at launch to a certain extent. You know, it's an indie game. It's a very good indie game at this stage. And one thing I do like about the development team is they are open to constructive criticism and ideas, and they actively feedback what they're doing with the game and keep the community aware of things that aren't working and things that are working, which is great. So I'm quite confident that the developers are going to be able to streamline a solo player experience, because when I was looking through the reviews on Steam the other day, I'd say not quite 50%, but almost 50% of the reviews are negative. And going through those negative reviews, because I wanted to see where people were finding frustration in the game, is based on that, what I was talking about. When you leave the planet, your base or your items are all wiped and you have to start all over again. It doesn't really give you any reason to actually invest the time and effort into building a large base, better items, because there's no point, you know, on these missions. Yes, there's an outpost mode where you can just go in and just build, but that outpost mode is purely just that. It's just for building, and there's no risk of storms, no risk of dangerous wildlife, and it's a very small area, a very small sandbox, and I am talking a very small sandbox. For that outpost to work for me, really, it would need to be exactly like this. It would need to be the full map, it would need to have all the predators and all the storms, but just have a perma base, and it just means I can come and go freely as much as I want. That would be ideal. But at the same time, some of us solo players want to do the missions, we want to earn the cash, we want to feel like we're getting rewarded for our hard work, which is kind of the point of the game, really, for me. It's about doing the work, you know, and getting paid for it. I just feel that's unbalanced at the moment, you know. I just feel there needs to be some work with that. Maybe not for the group players, but for the solo players. Yeah, there is a solo skill tree. It doesn't really buff me enough personally, I don't think. You know, coming up against some of these wildlife bosses on your own is extremely difficult. In order for me to craft things like firearms would take me a very, very, very long time for what I would see as a very small reward. If I'm only going to earn like 100 credits, if that's what the currency is called in this game, or 150 credits from completing a mission, that doesn't really seem like a lot personally. I don't think I really want to spend like probably 2 real world days playing the game consistently to be able to get a firearms and ammo built just to get that small payout, you know. The reward doesn't outweigh the time invested, and really it just sometimes feel like I'm just wasting my time. Now, some people say, well, you should just get enjoyment just from playing the game. You know, well, I am getting enjoyment from playing the game, but it starts becoming extremely repetitive, extremely fast in this early mission grind. You know what I mean? There needs to be some balance in there. So, I've talked enough about the things that are really frustrating me in the game at the moment, but let's just get into the actual game itself now and actually play some of it. I guess really me getting that out of the way was in case the developers do watch the stream and they might be able to take my feedback on board, and I really hope they do. A solo player mode would be great. That is all. Thank you for your time. Right, let's get into some gameplay. Let's get some resources together, build a little base. How many stone arrows? No, we definitely don't need 100 stone arrows. even 20 odds overkill. We're going to do a bit of hunting, a bit of fishing, get a little base together. Looking at the time, we probably need to get a bedroll together so we can sleep through the night because it's very dark. I am going to be doing a beginner's guide as well for this soon because I've seen quite a lot of people still struggling with certain things on the game. So I am putting together some footage for a beginner's guide, starting from scratch to help those new players figure out some of the finer details in the mechanics as well. So do keep an eye out for that if you're new to the game. There was a deer just there a minute ago. It must have wandered off. We need to get some leather and some animal skin together. Or fur, whatever you want to call it. I need this deer to turn around so I can hit it in its head. If I don't get that stealth bonus by hitting it in the head... Oh, actually saying that, I need to put my mass dampener in. Gives me a movement boost to my movement speed. Right, that's what I wanted. I wanted to stealth kill. Just managed to get it. I need to remember where I can see where he is. Alright. So we need a fair bit of fur and leather. Bone's handy as well. Yeah, I think you've got it all as a wall. So because we're having to go to a glacier in this to be able to complete the mission, it's very cold there, so we're going to have to make some fur clothing. Yeah, these are spaced out quite far. Oh, it doesn't look like they're all in the glacier. That's definitely glacier there. That's not, and I don't think this one down here is. I don't think that's glacier. So there's only one location that's maybe in the glacier, which is fine by me. Because as I said, those polar bears, if you get spotted by one of them, it's pretty much game over. Like, as a solo player, you're going to find it extremely hard. Get my wolfie. I'm the alpha here. Oh, I would hit the sulfur there. Well, saying that, I'm glad I've just noticed that sulfur. I'm going to need that in a minute. Right, so let's mine some sulfur and some oxide for oxygen quick and get a base down. I don't need a lot of sulfur, that'll do. We don't need much oxide at this point really either. We only need enough to keep us going. Right, while we're recovering stamina, let's consume a stack, refill that. We're going to have to go and get some water in a second as well. Thing about these 3D printed tools that I bought in the workshop, they don't actually last very long, the durability of them. Although they do seem to repair over time if you leave them in your workshop. Well, at the station, I don't know if that's a design choice or a bug. I would rather have them, you know, repair like that so I don't have to keep paying for them because, like I said, things are expensive. What we're going to do is we're going to build our base right on the edge here, away from the trees in case there's a storm. Because if trees fall on it, they're going to damage my base. So we don't want that. It sounds like another wolf. Two wolves. A level 29 and level 10 wolf. Oh, I hit the tree. They're going off in the other direction, but I actually want their fur. If you don't hit the head, it takes a lot longer to kill these. Should probably be using the spear here, really, to be honest with you. But, I'm going to have to craft the bandage. Made me bleed. Let's get that water real quick. Got some showers coming in. We'll be able to craft ourselves a better bow in a little while. The longbow seems to be a lot better than the standard one. Saying that, the longbow is actually better than one of the ones I purchased in the workshop, which is another thing that I wasn't too happy about. And I thought if something that costs you a lot of money to craft, it should be more powerful than something that takes very little resources to craft down on planet. Right, I need to chop a tree. Have I got room in my inventory? No. What do we have way too much of? We can just drop over here for a second. Stone. Don't need all that stone. Let's put all that in there for a minute. Let's just get some space in our inventory. Get a quick shelter together. Whoa. Physics. Just can't reach the tree. Inventory is nearly full, so I think we're alright. We've got space in our hotbar, so when we craft some of these things in a minute, it will put it in our hotbar. So I ain't got enough wood to complete the walls. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's get some more wood then. We're out of the storm at the moment, but it's only really light rain, so we should be alright. It's not like some of the severe storms that really do a lot of damage. Okay. Saying that, where's my... It did put the water in there, yeah, that's fine. Let's have a few windows. We don't need all of these to be windows. Door there. One window there. That's fine. We need more wood, of course we do. Once we've got the base down, we can build a crafting bench, start crafting some better stuff. That's going to help us in our mission. Lumberjacking all day long. I can hear you, Wolfie. Alright, let's see how we get on with that. Actually, how many more walls we need? 2. The rest are going to be roof, which you need 6 of, so... A door. Sounds very French, doesn't it? Alright, so we've got a little bit of shelter. We need some wooden beams. I need more wood for these. I'm going to strengthen up the structure. I think there's a full moon with these wolves howling. I do like the sound design. I know I've said it probably a million times, but the sound design in this game is really good. Did a really good job. Is something that's meaningful to me, the sound in a game. Right, I think we hopefully got enough wood now to be able to craft the rest of the posts we need. I am going to need way more wood to be able to build the crafting benches we need. You may think that all those posts are overkill, but they're not, because we're actually going to be reinforcing just there. You see a post in the middle and on the edges. This is going to reinforce against storms and animal attacks. And we can do the same around the edges and inside as well. We're changing our beams to go like this. Yeah, see, we haven't even got enough to finish doing what I wanted to do in here. More trees. How much more wood are we going to need? Maybe a little bit more. Alright. We definitely don't need 27 of those. Let's do 10. And that might be too many. I can't be bothered to count how many I need right now. Oh yeah, we did. We probably could have maxed them out. Let's do another 10, so I don't want to literally use up all my wood. I want to make this relatively strong. If I missed any, it's just around the bottom now that we need to do around here. 3 more. If I wasn't so lazy, I could just count how many I needed, but I don't like counting. I'm not a fan of math. Oh no. Actually, yeah, no, we did those ones around there, but we did it outside. Okay, so let's have a look and see how much we need to be able to craft the crafting bench then. More wood! Yeah. Ah. Let's go and chop more wood. Now, you see what I mean? Like, about how much stuff you... Like, starting each mission is exactly this same thing. Over and over and over again. Like, it doesn't matter if the mission takes you half an hour... or 6 hours. All this work you're putting in here on every mission has to be started all over again. And yeah, it's fine at first, but after about 30-40 hours of it, it starts getting a little bit tiresome, in my opinion. I would like the option to keep a permanent base, if I'm honest, on planet. Maybe pay a tax to upkeep it. So, you know, even though you are earning money from missions, you've got the option. You can either earn more money from missions and have to do this all over again each time you land, or you can choose to pay a tax to be able to keep your base and resources you've earned on world, but earn less from the missions because you're paying a tax for an upkeep. I think that's probably a half decent way of being able to structure it so people can have a permanent base if they want, but they just earn less from missions. I don't know, I mean, it's an option at the end of the day, innit, you know? Right, we can build our crafting bench now. That's 1 milestone done. We're going to put this away from where predators could potentially attack through the walls because they will damage stuff. Just put that there. Now craft the longbow. We're going to craft the oxide dissolver so we can fill our oxygen tank. We will build a textiles bench in a little while. I'm going to craft the skinning table first though, because we'll get more stuff from killing animals or hunting animals even. Killing sounds such a horrible word, although it pretty much is that. So we're gonna go and get some oxide to fill that gas tank in a minute, because this gas tank holds so much, like it lasts for ages, for absolute ages. Oh, where's my boat? It's the crappy wood boat. We don't need that one anymore. Skinning table done, and then we need to build a stone fireplace, so we just need more stone. Now I did drop a load of stone outside, didn't I? I doubt it's going to still be there where we dropped it, but distance of things being dropped is not that long. Yeah, less likely to set our base on fire if we use stone fireplace. I'm using just a simple campfire. I've seen so many people burn their bases down. I think that might be enough. I doubt we need any more than that. Now, unfortunately, did I just hear a wolf? Unfortunately, these are too big to put on the crafting table. The large deers you can't carry, but the smaller ones we will be able to. We should have more than enough bone now to be able to make some bone tools and bone arrows. Oh, actually, that's going to bug me. We need to put a ramp down. I can hear that wolf. The thing is, right, is he was coming over to see where I'd killed that deer, but I'd actually got rid of the deer. I'd chopped it all up. It shouldn't be attracted when it's been disposed of, so to speak. Right, we want to actually craft the stone fireplace at the workbench. Okay, we've got a wolf outside who wants to cause some trouble. I don't like how they can poke their faces through the doors and through the walls and that. We should probably think about crafting some armor soon as well, just to reduce the damage these things are doing. Oh, we can cook some food now. We've got the fireplace. Swap the fireplace over here. Which way should we like facing? This way. So we've got a shed load of meat to cook. Some of it already going off. Got an awful lot of sticks, haven't we? Let's whack a load of sticks in the fire for now. Okay. Actually, I think really we should probably put a bedroll down, which you can use as a spawn point as well. So we've got a spawn point now, so if we was to die, it's no big one really. Apart from the big XP loss, obviously, but there was some oxide over here, wasn't there? Because we mined some earlier. A little bit further over, let's round this way. Is it this far up? There's definitely some up here. It wasn't this way we got it from earlier though. We're not really going to need much. We've already got some that we can take out of our inventory to put in that oxide dissolver. Right, but we shouldn't need to mine anymore now for a while, once we fill that. Just what we're getting our... Let's do 30 bone arrows. I don't know if we don't need a knife at the moment because we've got a knife for now. We could do with a bone spear. We need more wood for. Get a little bit more wood for the fire as well. Leave that last little bit, not going to bother about that. Oh, I'll be able to get sleepy bye-byes in a minute. Let's go and have some supper. Some cooked meat now. Good, good, good. Alright, so... Oxide dissolver. So that'll fill over time now. Just while we're waiting, let's go and spear some fish, because we'll get a health buff from the fish as well. Watch out for the piranhas though. I've noticed in the last couple of days the underwater's gone really clear all of a sudden. I don't know if this is... They've changed it in the game for performance reasons or not, but it never used to be this clear under the water. It used to be quite hazy, you know? They look more realistic. So I'm not quite sure what's happened here. There's a piranha. Well, I don't even know if these are piranhas. They are kind of like a predatory fish. They do bite and poison you. Oh, one just got me. Where was he? Sneaky. Luckily enough he didn't poison me, but I think that's enough fish for now. I think we're good. We can make some antidotes for that anyway at some point, once we get a medicine table together. Let's whack that fish into the fireplace, start cooking that up. How many windows we've got? 1, 2, 3, 4 windows. Okay, let's just craft some shutters for these. I don't think I've unlocked them yet, actually. Wooden windows, there we go. Right, so we can craft these now. It's getting cozy, isn't it? So next we want to do a textiles bench. We just need fibre for that. So this is where we're going to be able to craft our clothing or armour, so to speak. Let's actually craft a few more first aid things. Horrible noise out there. It's just the wind. Right. We get a lot of fibre really quick using this sickle type tool. Ridiculous amount of fibre. Right, textiles bench. We could do the herbalist bench now as well, I think. Oh, maybe not actually. It's not giving me the option to queue it, so I'm not gonna. It's the stone. I ain't got enough stone for it. Yeah, okay. Let's just go and grab a little bit more stone before we go to bed for the night. Yeah, it was what, 12? It's always good to take a little bit extra. Herbalist bench done. I like it tight and cozy. There we go. Alright, so we're going to have a little sleep and we'll start fresh again in the morning once the light comes up. This gives me a chance to have a quick drink, I guess. Well, what we'll do is we'll wake up and maybe we can see what's going on out here for a second. Enjoy the view for a second. I was going to say I could hear something rustling around in the bushes there. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a wolf. It's not. We'll get that bow out ready just in case. Oh, is that some coal over there? There might be coal over there. That's coal that's really good. It like burns really well. Obviously, coal's much better burning than the wood. So if that's coal, we'll go and grab some. Not only can we use that in the in the furnace, so we can then use ores at the furnace on the anvil. I can't even get my words out for some reason. Brain fart. But yeah, the coal's really good for the furnace to get those iron ores and stuff. I don't know if we'll really be needing to craft anything iron-wise, though, to be honest with you. We might not need it. Like, if we was to craft an iron axe and an iron pickaxe, we're going to yield more crafting materials from it, but we've pretty much built what we need to build right now, really, to sustain us for this mission, I think. It's just going to be the clothing, really. We'll craft some leather armour. Actually, rather than swimming across and getting eaten. Actually, I crafted a load of bone arrows, didn't I? Yeah, they're there. There's a wolf there. Straight to the heart. Yeah, there's coal. Nice. Our oxygen should be filled up on our oxygen tank when we go back as well. Chose the wrong place to try and get up. Right, we've got a few resources in here now. We should have enough to make the clothing we need. And keep some of that spoiled meat together because we'll need that. Yeah, see, we've run out of wood in the fire. Actually, I had a carrot, didn't I? What happened to the carrots? We got barbecue carrots, gives us an increase to our bow damage as well. Of course, I need more wood to make the storage box I want. Okay, we didn't quite have enough oxide to fill that. We are gonna have to go and get some more oxide. See, the thing is, this holds so much, which is what I love about it. Like that the water container and the oxygen tank were the best things that I bought from the workshop. Everything else seems like a little bit of a waste of money. Like the bow that I bought and the axe and the knife and spear and stuff that I'm using at the moment are not too bad. They just, the durability is not as good. You spend more on better ones, obviously, which I'm guessing are going to have better durability, but still these were quite expensive. I think these lower level ones should be cheaper to buy and research. If you guys have played the game and you're playing it solo, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I did my first exotic mission the other day, and I got so little exotic cash from it. When I start looking at the things that require like 250 plus exotic points as well as credits to research and buy from the workshop, I'm like, man, that's so expensive. Like, it's going to take me forever. I don't know if I'll even have the energy to continue to play the game that far into it, but we'll see. We'll see if they make some changes to the balance. Just feels a little bit padded at the moment. Some people are saying, oh, it's just padded out to make the game seem like it's got more content, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Don't need to be carrying all those sticks with us, so I wanted to put some of that coal in there. Alright, let's make some ropes. Need this for the medicine. Don't need a massive amount, we only need a few potions. Where's the lilies? What's that there? It's a bunny rabbit. We could probably use some more yeast. Now we will need to go to a cave in a minute, get some copper, because we're going to have to make a lightning rod. Because I'm just concerned if we get a lightning storm, it can basically hit your base and burn it down, set it on fire. So we're going to have to go and do that in a minute, I think, while I'm thinking about it. Right. We're going to put these in here for now, although this is not where we need to make the poison paste. We're going to have to make a mortal and pestle, so we can't make everything from in here, but let's put some of these ingredients in here quick. Oxygen's not quite ready yet. Right, these tools are nearly spent, so let's put them away. Just craft some stone ones for now. Let's wait out the storm in here while we're waiting for this to finish. Sounds like it's finished. Yeah, good. Actually, let's refill our oxygen first before we put that in there, so I'm not taking straight from that. How's our food coming along? We don't want that turning into charcoal. We don't need that. Where did I actually keep that rotten meat? Pop that in here for now so we know where it is. Gonna have to go and find some silica ore to make a mortal and pestle so we can make some poison paste. I know we're out in the storm at the moment, but we're gonna be alright for a while. Silica ore is like a slightly whiter rock. This is another thing that bugs me. You can't seem to get to some of this stuff. There seems to be like some sort of collision issue here, like there's an invisible barrier. I'm finding this quite a lot where there's stuff along the edge and you can't get to it. It's frustrating. I'm hoping they fix that. But that was what we needed, it was right there. I think I can see another one here. Maybe I'm seeing things. No, that looks like silica. Oh, we've got some more used here as well. Bonus. We'll mine this whole deposit. That should be enough. Actually, I need my stamina boost from the berries. So berries will give us a stamina boost. So each food type will give you buffs, but you can only have a certain amount of buffs going at once. You can't quite see the buffs at the moment, they're being covered by my overlay, but I've got a health buff from the food, berry buff. And then we will use a fish buff at some point when we actually go out into the wild, because that will also give us a... Actually, if I eat this fish now, you should see I get a little extra kind of box of health at the bottom here. So these two little boxes on the end, one's from eating meat and one's from eating fish. And if we find prime meat, which you get from killing some larger predatory wildlife like the bears, polar bears, that sort of thing, and some of the boss animals, that actually gives you a massive boost to your health for a certain period of time. Right. Need stone. More stone. Right, so for us to get established to this sort of level, it took us nearly an hour, which some might see as being a long amount of time, but like some of the harder missions, you probably have to do this probably this amount of time, probably 2 or 3 times over, because you'd have to go off and mine various amounts of caves to get the ore you need to be able to craft metal and make steel bloom and be able to then craft things like screws and nails and all sorts of different stuff to make some of the more advanced tools. So it can be a lot of time and effort to prep. I just took a little bit of extra stone because we'll just put it in our storage box in case we need it. Right, mortar and pestle is now done, so we can craft some poison paste now to be able to do an anti-venom potion. Put it in here, didn't I? Yeah. No, not the fire. What else did we need? Sulfur. Let's take some from this. We don't need all this. This is something that actually seems to last quite a while when you use it. So let's make some tree saps. Definitely don't need that many. Just need to make epoxy. We did need some more tree saps actually. Organic resin as well. So I want an antibiotic one in case we get pneumonia from being in the caves. That's another thing that seems a bit odd to me though, when you get pneumonia from being in the caves for a certain amount of time. I know they need to put something in place where you probably have to not spend so long in the caves without having to maybe craft the dehumidifier, but like the guy's wearing like a space suit, he can swim underwater and breathe absolutely fine, can breathe in an environment that's got low oxygen or is a toxic kind of air environment like we're on now. That's why we need oxygen. But the oxygen suit doesn't stop him from breathing in humidified air in a cave that gives you pneumonia. That just seems really weird to me. Like, it doesn't make much sense, but you know, I know they probably have to come up with a reason to stop people from camping in caves. So I guess that's what they had to do, but right, we can switch this fire off now. It's burning for no reason. Okay. Need to make more tree sap. Make gunpowder if you wanted to. I think we've got more than enough of is sticks at the moment. Right, I've got a couple of anti-poison tonics. That's enough, really. It's only if we get like really severely poisoned that we'd need those. So we get poisoned a couple of times by some of the cave worms. That's absolutely fine because that wears off quite quick. But it's mainly going to be antibiotics. Probably only need a couple of those as well. I don't need to overdo it right now. Antiparasitic will come in handy if we drink water that makes us ill. Blood thinning. Do a couple of those as well. I might as well wait for the second one to finish. Right, so we need organic resin for the antiparasitics. We need oxide for that. Let's go grab some oxide then. Might as well grab more sulfur while we're out here as well. So probably go and check out the first mission location in a minute. Craft some leather armor first. We're going to leave the glacier one until last, because that'll be the most challenging one with the polar bears, I think. Yeah, unfortunately we don't yield much from using the stone pickaxe. I probably should have saved some of my crafted the pickaxe that I bought actually for the caves when we get in the ore. But it's only mainly copper ore that I'm going to need. I don't think I need to craft anything more than the lightning rod at the moment. Alright, let's make a few of these. Definitely don't need that many. It was parasitic tonic that we wanted to make. Let's make... We'll make 4 of those, because the chances of us drinking water and getting ill from it is higher than anything else. Right, so let's look at making some clothing then, shall we? That's what I crafted the ropes for. She's saying that we picked up more yeast. Let's just store this in here real quick. Alright, we're going to make the leather armour first, which will give us increase in physical resistance. Fibre. We burnt through that fibre real quick, didn't we? So we made that much. Almost done. Oh no, actually saying that. Let's... If we take all, it'll automatically put it on. There we go. Put some of the fur... some of the other stuff in here ready to be able to make... No, we're going to take the backpack. We're going to craft the backpack. We won't be able to carry any animals on our back while we're wearing this. But it will increase our inventory size and how much we can carry weight-wise as well, so... And our G slot, our gangster slot. Gangster. That's stone, not silica. We don't want to be carrying too much with us. I'm going to craft a couple of cave torches. Actually, yeah, I need sulphur for that, of course. That's what I split the sulphur down for, actually. Need a normal one as well. Alright, the sticks in a hot bar, which I didn't want. I want the torch on that. Alright, I reckon we're probably good to go to find our first cave then. Yeah, we need to get more leather and stuff to make more arrows. Do a little bit of hunting along the way. He's over the water, I ain't gonna bother with him. If I remember right, there's a cave up here on the left hand side. There's also bears and a polar bear roaming around here up near this entrance that goes into the glacial area or Arctic area, whatever you want to call it. A little bit of choppiness lag-wise there. The performance is still not spot on yet. I'm sure they'll get it there soon. Alright, let's do the cave. We're going to take out these cave worms. Which, if we keep it dark for a second, they glow, which actually makes it easier to shoot. The bow and arrows and the longbow should be a one-shot kill to the face. Oh, I've killed 100 cave worms, apparently. I've just got an accolade. So because you shoot them before they have a chance to spit the poison at you, you can usually kill them before... There's quite a few here. You can usually kill them before they actually spit the poison at you. Let's just go a little bit deeper. Just want to make sure we clear them all out. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, let's put a couple of torches down. We've got to be quick though, because we'll get pneumonia otherwise. Let's use a little bit of wood. Alright, let's go and get some fresh air real quick then, because at the moment obviously we're in, as you can see, this down here underground in a damp enclosed environment. Chance of pneumonia counter with dehumidifier, which I'm not spending enough time to make a dehumidifier. But I was spending ages on this planet crafting and building stuff, then yeah, it might be worthwhile, but you know, we're not going to be in here that long. You only really need copper, and we've got, I've seen quite a bit of copper already. I only want this for lightning rods, really. Yeah, we're leveled up, which is good, because it means now that if we was to die, we ain't got to worry too much about... I ain't got to worry too much about losing XP if we die. We've got a talent point to spend as well. I am going to take iron ore while we're here, I might as well. I'm just thinking, while we're making a lightning rod, I can think of the word, I might as well make some steel tools. let me get the rest of the iron. This is a little bit frustrating as well. I happen to be in the right place with the pickaxe. It's because it's dark. Struggling to see where stuff is. Justin! Just an old guy. Yeah, I know you feel, mate. Just an old guy. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I mean, the game is definitely interesting, that's for sure. If you've got any questions about it, ask away, mate. Right, let's get some fresh air then, before we get pneumonia. So we need 20 ores of the copper to be able to make one lightning rod. Let's just quickly spend our talent point. I've not spent anything in resources, which is why I'm getting less, obviously, from kind of crafting and stuff at the moment. But I'd rather spend a little bit more time going around collecting that stuff and actually put my skills into combat to make myself stronger, purely for the fact that being a solo player means I need to be able to do more damage to predators. Like, I've got to be careful though, because apparently you stop earning points at a certain level. I think someone said it was like around level 40 or 41 you stop earning them. I hope they change that. But they want to keep it so you're not too overpowered, I guess. So I will probably put a few into the crafting of ammunition at some point, because I will need guns at some point doing some of the harder missions. But for now, we're going to further increase the damage of our bow, because that's the main weapon I'm using at the moment. We're going to actually just drop the torch on the floor. Oh no, it went in the water. Drop it on the floor just so we can see the last few bits of this. There we go, that's what I wanted to hear. That means I've cleared the nodes completely. Got ya. Great. Right, what else we got in here? Coal, we've already got coal. Is that titanium? Platinum, yeah, I can't mine that until we've got a specific type of pickaxe, which we are not even going to bother on this mission, we don't need it. Get up there. Some of the locations of this stuff spawns so far out of reach. I mean, I could probably get to that. I mean, ideally, like, if you was going to spend a lot of time in here mining some of this stuff, because of how high up some of these are, you can build yourself little wooden platforms and use ladders to get up. But I ain't faffing around with all that right now. We'll take a little bit more iron, a little bit more copper. Right, let's get some fresh air again before we get pneumonia. Let's take a drink. This is thirsty work. Alright, that should be fine. Let's get back in there. Right, I definitely saw another copper when we were looking in here earlier. It was at the back here, I think. Yeah. There's a gold hiding around the back here as well. We ain't going to be making anything out of gold, so I ain't going to worry about the gold. Oh, it's right over here. Alright, that's enough copper. I'd say we've probably got more than enough iron now to make what I need to make as well. But I might just take one more node just to be safe, save us a trip. Now this is a little bit of a pain in the backside, I know, having to come in and out of these caves to stop yourself from getting pneumonia, but like it's really not worth it for the amount of time it lasts. Well, now I've crafted some potions to kind of reduce how long pneumonia would last for, but still, it's not fun. They were about to go off, so we might as well eat them and get some goodness from them now before they spoil. Alright, that was the last iron node. We're not going to take any more. Take our torches because we might use them again. Alright, let's get back to base then, and we're gonna make some ingots. Actually, saying that, I needed some more leather, didn't I? We did say we were gonna hunt a little bit while we were in this area. Where is he? Use the bone to make some more bone arrows in a little bit. Oh dear, saw me. Oh dear. Yeah, devs, another thing, cancel bow action option if you're listening. So like at the moment, when I pull the bow back like this to be able to fire the bow, if I let go of the left mouse button now it's going to fire the arrow, but I might not necessarily want to, so a key to be able to cancel that action would be great rather than have to put my bow away each time. Oh dear. Need your precious resources. Thank you very much for your gift. It's a circle of life. Should we cook up some corn? Doing more carrots as well, so we've got to keep an eye out for some carrots. Alright. Let's see what we need to craft the furnace. Just more stone, really. Let's start cooking up a storm. While we're waiting, what we got this raw. Let's whack the corn in there, get the meat that we just got from those animals. Let's put our ores in here for now, quickly. Get them out of our inventory. I'd like a sort inventory button as well. I'll probably sound like a broken record with that. Anyone who's watched any of my other videos know that I mentioned that quite a few times, but a sort inventory option would be nice. So to automatically sort your inventory into categories, make it nice and neat, just at the touch of a button. I guess really before developers start implementing any kind of changes like these little finer details, they've got to make sure that the game's running stable for people first and deal with kind of more major bugs. But still, I'm going to put it out there because, you know, like what they say, you know, positive realisation and all that. To be honest with you, a lot of these things I mentioned, it is actually quite a selfish thing, really, to be honest with you. I mean, it is more about how I am going to enjoy the game more. But I'm sure there's going to be people that would also enjoy some of these things that I'm talking about to be changed in the game as well. And probably share similar feelings about stuff like this, you know. Oh, I still didn't get enough stone. I thought I had enough. It's a good job we got some really close then, isn't it? We need 80. At least 80. Hakuna Matata. Yeah. Right, that's more than enough. We've got a little bit extra as well in case we need to craft anything else. It's almost night time again. You see, we've spent 2 days here already and we ain't even prepped ready to start the mission, really. I had a feeling that I did this mission in the beta and I'm sure we're going to get like something like a boss type puma or something turn up on one of them. I remember rightly. It killed me because I wasn't expecting it. Do you know what I mean? I was like, nah, mate. Like, we'll see. We'll probably get to the first location and we'll just probably... Where's that coal, actually? That's what I kept it for. We'll probably just build ourselves a little platform and see if we can sit up on the platform and kill whatever turns up. Because something usually does on those missions. Alright, we need our ores. We'll do the copper ore first because I've got a sinking feeling we're going to get a lightning storm soon. I have no idea why I just opened the window. Mate, don't tell me that's a lightning storm, thank God for that. If we was to get struck by lightning now, it'd burn the whole thing down, including all our stuff we've crafted, like all our benches and... Yeah, it's not funny when that happens. When you spent all that time crafting. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Harry? I'm not putting these in there yet because for some strange reason, when you put iron ore in here, it'll overtake the copper. So it'll start melting down the iron first, even though the copper's in there first. Which I thought was quite odd when it started doing that, but... We only need... I think it's 10? Is it 10 iron ore or 20 iron ore to make... 10 copper ingots to make the lightning rod. And we probably want to make 2, so we've got 1 as a backup. And the reason being is, once the lightning strikes the lightning rod once, it destroys it. So if that happens, I'll have a spare one to put down. So while we're out doing the missions, if there's a lightning storm, we ain't got to worry about coming back to a base that's burnt down. This is not fun, is it, to come home and find your house is burnt to the ground? So Justin, we are actually doing a mission at the moment. So quest, so to speak, then, if you want to call it that. It's called Broken Arrow. I don't know if you can see if I can get the kind of side of the screen. There you go, on the wall. So we've got to recover bio warheads from crash sites, and there's 3 of them located on the map. But usually when you go to these places to collect these, you have to wait for like something to finish deactivating or something before you can actually take some of these things. It's a bit like when you do the scans, there's a time limit, and why that time limit's going down or going up, in whatever case it is, certain types of different predatory wildlife will attack you because they're being attracted to the area by what you're doing, basically, and some of them are like really difficult to kill. So we're just kind of getting stuff together at the moment to kind of give us better chances of completing the mission, so we can get paid, and that money then eventually, once we've got enough, we can buy some better gear from the orbital station where we go between each mission. And it just means as we progress through the game, we'll get slightly more buffed in terms of when we come down to the planet, rather than having to craft everything from scratch like tools, we can buy some. Like I bought this oxygen tank here, which now means I've got longer lasting oxygen. I bought myself a little water canteen so it keeps me hydrated and I don't have to keep drinking from rivers all the time. I bought this as well. It's an auxiliary device in my suit which gives us a plus 5% movement speed. You can get better ones than this obviously, but I just bought what I could afford at the time that give me a bit of a buff. That's pretty much it really. Just pairing. Right, there we go. So we can start melting down our, or smelting down our iron ores now. We're about to make some iron tools. We'll make our 2 lightning rods, and we'll whack one outside now ready, and leave the other one in here as a backup. So we're just going to put it near our base, where there's no grass that could set on fire. Oh. Shut the door in my own face. Right, because it's getting dark, we're probably going to go sleep and then wake up fresh. Right, so just like that, it's morning. Insta morning. Right. Charred corn. I can't remember what the stat boosts are on this. 75% maximum stamina. And minus 10% stamina consumed by actual actions, which is going to be better than the berry buff. Is it? 50% maximum stamina. 75% maximum stamina, yeah. So, you don't have to worry about eating the berries anymore then. Bigger amount of stamina now, which means we'll be able to run farther and do more things. Right, we need, I think, is it 40 to make the anvil? Yeah, 40 to make the anvil. 40 iron ingots. It's going to take a while. We might as well go and hunt a few more animals while we're waiting for that to finish, so we've got a little bit of extra leather. While we're out and about, we'll probably... Storm's nearly over, so we should be on. We're going to probably want to make ourselves a bedroll while we're out. Yeah, I don't touch watermelons because they can give you food poisoning. There's the carrot we was looking for. More carrots, though. We want to make a bedroll while we're near mission objectives, put them down and use them as a spawn point. So it means if we do die on those mission objectives, we ain't going to worry about running so far. I mean, this first one here, we ain't going to worry about putting one there, because we're really close to the first one. But these ones are a little bit further out, we might. Although saying that these are not too far to run back to. So you get a decent amount of time to be able to regather your gear if you was to die. But for some of them, it's best to have like a bedroll with you. So you can put down a little temporary base with your bedroll in it and use it as a temporary spawn point in case you die. Saying that, I was saying I was coming out here hunting and I just totally ignored that animal that just walked past us then. Where did it go? Shot in the dark. Is it in the bush? That's the only problem with killing things that are in bushes. Which bush was it in? There. It's my own fault because I've got the highlighting turned off. Oh, is that a wolf coming through the bushes there behind me? No, not that bad. What is that there? Ah, it's another goat. Yeah, so I've got the highlighting turned off because it highlights everything, including all the bushes you go through. It just does my head in, so I turned it off. Nice, indeed. He spotted me, I didn't see him there. I want a deer really. Large deer. Seem to get more leather from them. Watch out for the wolves. One thing I've noticed, I'm not sure if higher level enemies give you more resources. Right, I hit the tree. I guess I should start looking at how much I get from these. 24 leather from this one. And he was a level 28. And I've forgotten how many he had already, leather. There's no point in me looking at this stuff, I just forget. I got a memory like a goldfish, like literally. Probably less than a goldfish, actually. Just more watermelon. Dirty watermelons. To be honest with you, I'm not a fan of watermelon in real life anyway, really. In this game, like, you can't cook them or anything, so if you eat one, sometimes it can make you ill. Like, pumpkins will make you ill if you eat them, like, raw in this. But if you cook them, you cook the pumpkin, which again, I'm not a fan of in real life, but you can get some stat boost from that, but I can't remember what the stat boost is. I don't think it was really one that impressed me much. That don't impress me much. This stream's turned into a bit of a sing-along, isn't it? It's a karaoke version. Right, there we go. We've got enough now to make the anvil. Let's refill our meat on a hot bar, so we've got plenty of food. Right, let's make the anvil. Alright, so now at the anvil we'll be able to just craft a few. I did unlock the crossbow, but to be honest with you, it's a little bit lackluster. It takes so long to reload. And I just tend to find you can fire off more arrows from the longbow and do more damage quickly than you will using the crossbow. I mean, it might come in useful at a later date, I don't know, but for now, I unlocked it, but I tried it, it wasn't great. Taxidermy's knife is good for if you want to get yourself some trophies, so you can make yourself some little wall trophies, which will probably be more useful if you're playing on Outpost where you've got a perma base, but in missions there's no point because your base is obviously wiped every time you finish your mission. So another reason why I just think they need to change the whole base situation on missions. It needs to be a permanent base. Even if the base is permanent and not necessarily all the materials you gather, but again, I still think that's weird, personally. I'm not going to yarp on about it because I talked about it in depth at the beginning of the stream, but you know what I mean? I just don't like that. Some people like that. Oh, you know what? We ain't going to have enough iron. We're not going to have enough iron to be able to craft what I wanted to craft, I don't think. Well, we might just get enough. I only really wanted to craft a iron axe and an iron pickaxe, and that was it. Just so if we need to get more resources while we're out and about, we'll get a few more. Don't think I'm going to have quite enough. Well, maybe I will actually. I've got to make some nails for one of them. Let's see if we've got enough here to make one. Let's make the one lot of iron nails first. We should... I mean, it's mainly the pickaxe. Well, wood itself is not too hard to get using the normal pickaxe, so... We've now got an iron pickaxe. Yeah, we will have enough. Okay, cool. I don't need to worry too much about the knife, because I've got a knife here. It's not quite as good. 200% from skinning. Oh, we might be able to get away with making a knife as well. Probably will, actually. Might have just enough. We've got just enough? Yeah, let's do it. Why not? We spent all that time in the cave mining that stuff. Let's just do it. Do it. Do it. And we'll put this one back in our inventory. And before we leave world, we'll just make sure we take them with us, because the things you've purchased will stay in your inventory when you leave the planet. So, yeah. I can switch this off now. Cooked meats. Right, we're nearly ready to go and do the first location then. We're almost there. Oh, we might want to keep that on us in case we need to repair one of these things. I doubt we will. I doubt we'll use it that much to repair. We need to repair it. Let's refill our oxygen canister while we're here. I know it's probably got more than enough in it to last us for the whole mission, but... What else? Let's repair our longbow. There we go. And we might craft a backup one, because believe it or not, when you start hammering down arrows at some of these predators, it can sometimes break very quickly. So, and we're going to make some more arrows while we're... What time is it? 10 o'clock in the morning. I want to leave the fire burning, really. Got our barbecue carrots, that's all we needed. Alright, we've got food, we've got medicines, we've got plenty of water still, I think. Yeah, plenty of water, got oxygen. Base is secure now with a lightning rod in case there's a lightning storm. Alright, let's do it. Let's go to the first location on the map then, which is up here. Let's go. Let's see what we're going to encounter. The thing is, that some of the missions I built like a platform in case we were attacked and nothing turned up. And I was like, I just wasted all that time doing that. Why? But you just never know when you're first doing a mission. So, you know. We will eat a fish when we get there to increase our health a little bit as well. Wolf. Right, knife. Oh. That's why I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I need to swap them around. I'm used to having my pickaxe on hotbar number 2. Axe on number 3. Got to watch out for bears now as well. Listen out for a bear. We should be able to spot the crash location quite easy because it's usually like quite a big, if I remember rightly from the beta, if it's the same mission, it's quite a big pod that's crashed. Wolves. Over to our right. Here it is.
You're getting close. You'll need to reactivate the satellite before you can extract the payload.
Okay, now when I did it in the beta I died hard, even though I managed to jump up on the top. It still managed to get me. I don't know how, but they can jump up on some of these things, some of these animals. Did I manage to get on the top of it? I can't remember. It looks like I can't get on the top of it now. Nope, I've got the hiccups. Yeah, it's not going to let me jump on it. Maybe if we built a thing at the side over here, we might be able to use it and jump off. But I'm going to build ourselves a quick platform. Because I have no idea if it's going to be the same predators. They've thrown some things into the mix since the beta, like The first time I went into a cave and suddenly these cave worms popped out. They weren't in the beta. That was a nice surprise. I like that. That really made it worthwhile for me when I quite happily went off into a cave thinking, oh, let's go and mine some more. And all of a sudden these cave worms popped out and I was like, oh my god, what the hell are these things? And they got poisoned. I was like, okay, cool. That's good. I like that. Let's just build it. Actually, I want a little bit of dirt in front of it because I want to put a fire down at the bottom of it. So we need 2 wood floors, 4 wooden walls. Look, let me put it too close to it. Oh, put them backwards. I ain't bothered about that. So you're not going to let me put it on the inside now, are you? No. Mate. Oh, mate. What a dumbass. What a dumbass. Where's my ladder? Don't fall in. I think maybe because I put them backwards by mistake, it doesn't want to recognise where I want to put it. It's just not going to let me put it on the inside. Yeah, that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Alright, well, what we're going to probably have to do then is build another one now. It should let us join it with the one that's on the side here. There we go. Let's build some posts. Why not? We might as well. Why don't you want to put it on the floor? Come on, man. Sometimes this gets a little bit tricky with the crafting. Sometimes it doesn't always put things where you want it to. I want to put it down there, but it's not gonna. Maybe because there's a rock or something there. Just wanted to reinforce this a little bit. So what we'll do is, if we can, we need some stone. I'll put a little campfire down there, and if something runs at us and we're on the top, where it starts trying to get to us, it hopefully would burn whatever it is and do a little bit of extra damage. I mean, this could be really easy. Like, I don't know what to expect, so I'm... Oh, you're gonna get this, eh, Justin? Nice. Oh, why not? It's quite a fun little game. It's pretty cool. We only got one. We need a little bit of extra wood. Can hear a wolf. I think if you like survival games and stuff, I think it's got a good little spin on it. I like the concept. I'm going to be looking forward to how they beef up the game and improve it over time, that's for sure. Let's get a little bit of extra wood. Saying how many sticks we got? Shed load of sticks. I don't want the fire to run out. And we're probably going to need to build another one on the next location we go to, so... Also take a little bit of extra wood while we can. Not going to hurt. That'll do for now. Oh, hello, wolf. Hello to my little friend. Split that wood. Just put a little bit of extra in there. To be honest with you, I think like 3 would be more than enough. That'll last us ages. But we'll put a little bit extra. We can always break it down and take it with us when we leave. Where's our fish gone? Did we eat all the fish? No, it's there. I'm being blind. I want my health boost. Why is it not giving me? Why is it? Oh, no, it's not working. We have to eat the meat first, and then the fish. Oh, I know why. I've just wasted it. It's not going to allow me to have a carrot and a corn buff. You can't see these buffs on the screen because they're underneath my overlay, but I've got a corn buff at the moment giving me stamina buff. I've got the carrot buff giving me extra bow damage by +5, and then a meat buff now. But that'll do for now. That'll do. Let's activate this. We're not too far from base here, so I'm not going to worry about making a bedroll. We can run back here very quick if we die. Let's activate this, get up on the top and see what... So the noise it's making.
It's arming. Oh, I forgot to mention that. You gotta arm it to get the warhead out.
Of course.
But don't worry, it's only a plant. Activating the satellite must have alerted the wildlife.
Oh, of course it has. Yeah.
You got company.
Yeah, interesting. What we got? Where is it? Is it going to be that Black Panther? Like it was in the beta? I think it was a Black Panther, wasn't it? If I can get a stealth hit on it at the beginning, it's going to do a bit to help me out. You might be able to run up and jump on top of that rock there. Worst case scenario, because it could break this really quickly. Sometimes they break these. Oh, I don't know. It's nearly done. Maybe we've been able to avoid...
You should be able to access the warhead now. Just be careful.
Okay, well, whatever was supposed to be turning up is probably around here somewhere. I'll jump down and get killed by it. It'll be roaming somewhere.
That's the one. Little advice. This is where Icarus's problems all began. Don't
Told you, didn't I?
Don't shake it. And whatever you do, don't open it. What's in there, you want it to stay in there. Time to go find the next one.
Sometimes you can do these missions and not actually get attacked by whatever the wildlife is it's supposed to have attracted it, but I can hear something rustling around in the bushes. I'm a little reluctant to move now because it's probably over here somewhere roaming around. Just it's not seen me. Maybe not. It was a Black Panther last time. I'm sure I can remember it being a Black Panther. Oh well. Had to be safe and sorry, so they say. You watch me get attacked now, I'm on the floor. Stealth my way out of here. Or maybe I should just run. The thing is, you kind of get pulled into a false sense of security because on the next one, I probably won't bother building one of those things, just thinking, oh, you know what, yes, I can't be bothered, you know what I mean? And like, then a nasty animal turns up and you die because it kills you in like 2 hits. Do you know what I mean? It didn't take long to build that though, does it? It doesn't take long to build a little thing like that, a little platform, do you know what I mean? Like a little hunting stand type thing. So like, I probably will do it on all of them just in case, you know what I mean? No stacking? What do you mean with the building, Justin? You can stack on top of each other, but it's just sometimes how it's built. If that's what you're talking about. Am I running in the right direction? Yeah. We're gonna go and put this bio warhead in the drop ship now, so it's not in our inventory. And then we'll move on to the next one. I'm going to leave the Arctic one till last because we will have to craft a Put a set of fur clothing to be warm enough to do that one. Otherwise we'll freeze to death, so... I mean, the leather armour does, I think, give us a little bit of an increase to cold resistance. +7 to cold resistance, but not as much as what the fur will. So a dropship will be down here somewhere. Is I dropship this side or the other side? It's round to the right, down here. Our base is still standing, so that's good. Alright, there we go. Fire warhead. What time is it? We still got enough light to do the next one? Daylight? Why do the fish always swim in the opposite direction just as I jump in? Piranha's on me in a minute. Here he comes. No dinner for you today. You're not poisoning me today. Nasty little fish. Get out on it. Watch out for them though, because they stealth up on you. It'd be nice if they had some like water snakes or sharks or eels or something as more predatory type aquatic life. Some nasty jellyfish or something, just to make underwater a little bit more fun in places than these silly things. Or even a really fast swarm of piranhas, like a big swarm that will just like rip you to shreds if you stay in the water for too long. Let's go and cook up these fishies real quick. We just have to remember I can't have too many food buffs going at once. Plenty of raw fish there. Let's cook them bad boys up. No, actually, let's put them in there, because we should be able to make another poison paste. Although we don't really need to make any more medicines, we've got one in there. We could make poison arrows. We need 2. It's expensive. 2 pastes. Storm's coming. There's only showers. Right, to make one poison arrow, you have to have 2 of those poison pastes. It's quite expensive crafting materials, I think. Oh, buffs. You were talking about stacking buffs. Yes, you can stack buffs, but you can only stack, I think, 3 buffs at a time from the food. And then any more than that don't seem to appear on the screen to show you that you've got them active. So they don't look like they work. So like, you just need to choose your food buffs wisely. So I'd have the meat buff for extra health, the fish buff for extra health. And then if I'm going to think I'm going to get in combat, then maybe a barbecue carrot. Well, they're saying that actually the barbecue carrot gives you maximum stamina of 75 as well, the same as the corn. So I only really need a carrot to do the projectile damage and the stamina. I didn't even see the stamina there for some reason. It was like I've been blind. I couldn't even see the wood through the trees, not looking at it properly. So yeah, we don't really need the corn then. We can just use the carrots, the meat and the fish, and that gives me all the buffs I want really. It gives me my stamina buff, projectile damage buff, and then 2 health buffs. So you're going to drag and drop the meat into the wrong thing. There we go. Let's go and find some more carrots then, while we're waiting for that fish to cook. Just gotta look for the carrot tops. sticking out the ground. How are we doing for oxygen and water? Fine. I mean, that's amazing. How long these last? It's great. Love it. Less time having to faff around with oxygen and water. Great. Carrots, where are you? I'm projecting carrots out there into the world with my mind, hoping that they're just going to appear suddenly, but there should be some around here somewhere. You can usually find quite a lot of food. It's not punishing in that respect. I mean, if we get like the right flask, like a thermos flask, which you have to craft, you can make yourself like cocoa and stuff, which is quite cool. Tea, different types of tea, which I thought was quite cool. I like that. I want a hot chocolate now. I have to go make a hot chocolate soon. Oh, right in the eye. Aye aye, Captain, aye aye. Waste not, want not. Oh, saying that, we're going to get exposure soon. We've been out a little bit too long. Storm. We'll do one cycle around the outside here of the lake. Yeah, the water's definitely changed graphically. I think what might have happened is because I literally used the NVIDIA recommended optimized settings in the GeForce app to improve performance, that since doing that it's changed the graphics of the water. So I think maybe that's one of the game settings it's changed to give me better performance. I know water and shadows can be quite taxing on graphical performance with a GPU, so I keep saying every time I go in the water, oh, it looks different, it looks clearer, but I think that's probably one of the graphic settings, which is fine. I'm going to find to keep it like that. I'd rather have better performance, to be honest with you. Although it's still not the best, it's better than it was earlier on in the game. Well, I'm not finding any carrots, but we will. We'll find carrots when we least expect them. We know there's watermelons over here, which we don't. We've already determined the garbage. Don't want them. Yeah. Oh well. Well, we've got a couple of carrots for now, so we might as well... Oh, we did have a couple of carrots. One of them's gone rotten. That's why it's disappeared. They don't get spoiled food from the vegetables when they're rot, only the meat. Okay, I'm not going to spend any more time trying to find any more carrots. Still cooking the meat. Okay, it's cooking the last bit. Well, time's getting on actually, so we're probably going to sleep before the next one. The next one is actually further away than I thought, so we probably will have to put a temporary camp down at this one. This one I know for sure is definitely in the Arctic. You can see the snow on the map here on the ridge. And the entrance to one of the Arctic regions is here. There's an Arctic region that works all the way around the back of the map here, around on this side. There are more Arctic regions, but we've not needed to access them yet because the map is huge, and I know not all of it is unlocked in the full game. They're adding it into DLC, like season pass stuff. It's stuff you'll be able to buy separately, but if you buy the supporters edition of the game, you do get access to those when they come out. Although I do think the supporters edition, or whatever it's called, is actually quite expensive. Although probably not going to be as expensive as it will be if you was to buy each of the individual DLCs when they're released. Just new maps really, I think. or new map, bigger map areas like desert and Arctic. But who knows? They might throw some other areas in there as well. I would like a more alien-looking environment myself. It looks very much similar to Earth, and I know it's because it's been terraformed to look like Earth, but still. I think we've got enough fish. We don't need that many. I mean, some of them will maybe go off a little bit, but... Well, what are we doing with our time then? Because it's... We can't sleep until 6 PM. In-game time is now 16:35, so we've not got long to wait. But I don't want to start running off to that location. We ain't going to get there in time and complete that next crash site before it gets dark. And it's just way too dark at night in this map. Run around with a torch in your hand, yeah, but you can't use your bow to kill wildlife as easy in the dark. So we might as well go and have a quick look up here. We can find some carrots in this direction. On the hunt for carrots. Oh, the joys. Surprised we've not come across a bear yet, to be honest with you. We've been lucky. Those things, they don't play around at all. Although lower level bears I've found a lot easier to kill now since I've leveled up my kind of bow skill a little bit to do more damage with the bow. But early on in the game, when I was still like level 1 and level 2, I was like, I get absolutely wrecked by bears, like kill you in like 2 shots. You'd put like 10 arrows into them and they'd still be alive. It was a little frustrating at the start. You're getting there with the leveling up. Why is it whenever you're trying to find something you can never find it, but when you don't need to find it, you find it all the time? What they call that, sod's law. Squash. I can't remember what the buff from squash is when you cook it. That's a plus 10% to maximum health. That's not as good as cooked meat though. Just... It doesn't actually tell you there how much extra HP it gives you, but it does. It does give you extra HP. Oh well. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Watermelons everywhere. Here we go. Yeah, boy. So happy that we found ourselves some... I've never been more excited about vegetables in my life. Apart from potatoes, obviously they're cool. They're my favourite vegetable. You know. Actually, so carrots aren't too bad, are they? If you roast them and put some honey on them. Yeah, black pepper, a bit of salt, and it's all good. I'm getting hungry now, as you can tell. Start talking about... It's the moment in the stream when you start talking about food and you can't get it out of your head. I think that was it. Was that it? I don't know about... Like, I know I said my math was crap, but I'm sure we only picked up 3 carrots and we've got 4 in our inventory. Nice. Bonus carrot. Ghost carrot. That'll do us. That's going to be enough, because the timer... Because, again, you can't see it because my overlay's in the way. My stupid face on the screen. But, it does last quite a long time. You get like a countdown timer, for those of you who don't know, when you eat certain foods that give you the buff. You get a decent amount of time. It's a countdown. So every time you hear that kind of weird noise on the screen, it's kind of like an alert sound. It goes boing or something like that. That means you've ran out of one of those buffs that you're using. And that could be water in your container, could be oxygen. It's a wolf. Oh, another shot in the dark. Now, if these things didn't have the little symbol above their head, I never would have known that that was there. I wouldn't be able to see it. I could only guess the shots through the bushes. Before any of you thinking I'm using some sort of aimbot or something, I'm not. It's because of the name above the head gives me an idea of the location of where they're at. Just aim just below that slightly and you hit the head usually. Alright, let's cook the carrot while we're going to sleep until morning. Actually, we had some raw meat. Let's just whack that in there. Right, sleep. There we go, we're morning, 7 AM. Good job. So we're going to wait for some of these carrots to cook. Inventory's looking quite stacked right now. I think we probably need to empty some of that out before we go off. Yeah, me too, Justin. I love taters. Justin in the chat saying he loves taters. Yeah. I love them always. Mashed, roasted, fried, as chips. Well, chips depends on which part of the world you come from. Like, chips here in the UK are like fries in other places. We call what some people call chips, like potato chips. We call those crisps in the UK. So I like all them. I like crisps, I like chips, roasties, baked potatoes as well actually. The sweet potato mash is really good as well if it's cooked with garlic. Yes. Oh man, I've got to stop talking about food now. You can't help it though when you're in a game and you're cooking loads of different types of food. You know what I mean? That's the way it is. I mean, the food icons don't look overly tasty, not compared to like some of the Japanese games I've played, where they really put a lot of detail into some of the foods and the way the thumbnail of the food looks in the game, but still, they still look good enough to get you hungry. I really would like the option to be able to choose what you cook first when you've got multiple things in your inventory, like your cooking inventory. Dean, if you're listening, that would be a nice option, mate, because like at the moment we drag this stuff into the fireplace to cook, and sometimes you put a little bit like I was saying about the iron and copper ore earlier, you put them into the thing where it's going to do the business, and it chooses what it wants to cook first. Usually it seems to cook the meat first before any of the vegetables. Ah yeah, so the squash gives you a +5 to melee damage. So if you're using melee weapons, like knives and spears and stuff like that, then you'd want to eat one of these before battle. And if you're using guns or bows, then you want to use the barbecue carrots because they give you the projectile damage boost. Alright, so now we've got plenty of meat, plenty of fish, barbecue carrots. Job's a good one. Let's just drop off a little bit of these extra crafting resources that I don't need to be taking with me. We don't really need to be taking the stone right now. We don't need all this fur and leather. Although saying that, how much do I need to make a bedroll? We did need 20 fur. I would like to be able to choose a number. I split the stack as well. Please, Dean, if you're listening. Dean's probably not. He's probably not. But I don't know. I mean, he does watch. He does watch content. But if you're wondering who Dean is, he's the game runner for the game. So you know, you never know. You might watch it. But I'd like to be able to choose when I choose split stack how much I split into the individual numbers that I split the stuff into, rather than having to just splits it on its own. Right, it's just me being pedantic to a certain extent, I guess. But at the same time, it's the finer details that I like in games. Like, you know, my mind works in Mysterious ways. Sort inventory button. I'm not going to talk about that again. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. I think we've got everything we possibly need. Let's just check our water and our oxygen. They're still good. Still loads left on them. We can crack on. We've got an early start to the day. We get a storm coming in, possibly. Okay. We've been cock blocked by a storm. So we're probably going to have to hang around here for a bit then. I mean, saying that, we might not. I mean, we might... Oh, right in the eye. Aye, aye, Captain. We might be able to just go off. It's only, what, rain? It's not that bad. We might be able to survive in the rain. Let's just do it. Stuff it. It's going to reduce our stamina down, though, but will slow us down. Worst case scenario is we can just literally put a, like a little temporary thatch shelter up. Right, so the next one is... So we are here. It's right down in the southwest, so we need to go southwest. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, so Dean Hall was one of the guys who was part of the DayZ team, like DayZ standalone. So he's probably worked on more games before that. I don't know exactly what games he might have worked on before that. I've not really deep dived into his history of game development and game design, but he was one of the team members for the DayZ standalone game, survival game. If you ever played DayZ, which is part of the reason why I was quite interested in this game when it was first announced that he was part of the team, because I've got like over 2,000 hours in DayZ. And I still play DayZ every now and then, so, you know, that was why I had interest in it. He's had a good amount of experience in a survival game, so that's always good when someone working on the game has had experience working with a group of developers that have made a popular survival game. DayZ is a very popular survival game. It's been around for years, and it's still going strong now. It's still got a massive community, massive amount of gamers and streamers still really rinsing the game, and massive amounts of mods being created by the community. So I mean, when mods start getting introduced for this game, which they might do, it'll be interesting to see what modders do with it. If that is the case, I don't know if it will, but I mean, most PC games do. Yeah, so the game was modded first from Arma, obviously, yeah, but then they decided to make a standalone game of it, didn't they? And he was one of the developers on that, or maybe not necessarily a developer as such. I don't know if he was involved with the actual creation of any of the code or anything, but he was definitely part of the team that envisaged, I can't even say the word, but you know what I mean, of how we wanted the game to be. I mean, Dean Hall might have been the person who made the actual first Arma mod, I don't know. I've not really looked into that side of it. If anyone watching this stream now live or watching it back in future as part of an archive version of this stream, if you know if Dean Hall actually created the actual Arma mod from the beginning, let me know. I'll probably have to Google that later. I'll probably have to find out who created the first Arma mod. DayZ Arma mod, it might have been him. Don't want to give credit where credit's not due, you know what I mean? I can't look right now because I'm in the middle of playing a game. Trying to stay alive here, guys, you know what I mean? Don't put pressure on me. Too much pressure. He was a military sim guy, yeah, fair enough. Alright, we're getting exposure now, but this storm is literally about to end, so I'm not bothered. Am I bothered? Do I look bothered? Am I bothered? I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered right now. We're good. Straining our stamina and slowing us down a bit, but it's about to come to an end. We're still going southwest, but we need to avoid this cliff face that's coming on our right. So we're going to have to climb down there. It's a bit too steep, I think. Although we do need to keep a bit of stamina actually, thinking about it, because this is bear territory now. And we're going to have the last one I'm leaving till last, which is the Arctic one. We're going to have to try and avoid all the polar bears. So those things are just nasty. They just absolutely sponge arrows. Even in the head. I think the last few polar bears I've killed, like when I've been tucked away in a little cave with a little hole that I've crawled through to get into it. I think one polar bear took more than 10 arrows to his head, I think. Probably more. And if you're out in the open, there's no way you're going to be able, with how quick they run at you and hit you, there's no way you're going to be able to get that many arrows in the head before dying. Not with the sort of clothing and armour that I've got at the moment. Maybe once I can craft some of that high-end carbon fibre armour, I might be able to take more damage, but not at this point in the game. Oh, well, that's good to know, Justin. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, we're on track. We're good. We're heading in the right direction for the next site, crash site. So we've got a mountain, not a mountain, it's just a cliff in the way. We can go around the left. I was saying that though, if we get up to that side, we're going to be able to get down the other side though. Let's try and go around to the right. There's a cave here. It's an open cave. That thing just fripped me then. That made me jump. The sudden noise from the side then. It could have quite easily have been a wolf. But it wasn't. Because they can stealth up on you. I mean, in the beta, these wolves were horrible because there was large groups of them. Like, they've stripped it back a bit now, so wolves are usually roaming on their own. Yeah, this is how I needed to get through here. It's like a little pass. Let's hold back some of that stamina. Because sometimes you can be lucky enough to be able to outrun bears if you've got enough cover, like enough trees around you. It's direction. I'm just listening, if you're wondering why I've gone quiet all of a sudden. I don't shut up often, but while we're in bear territory, gotta listen out. I know we're in bear territory here because I've encountered quite a few in this area before on other missions. They do spawn in this area. Let me clear my throat. Here it is, I can see it.
Okay, you found it. Number
Did.
2. Time to fire
Really?
it up
Number 2?
and hope it doesn't smother you in flesh-eating enzymes.
Oh, thanks. Look at all these carrots. Carrot heaven. Get in, we've got some to cook up when we get back to base. Right, let's do the same as we did before then. Let's just build a little platform, because I have a feeling we're not going to dodge the wildlife on this second one. I mean, we might do, but I don't know. Part of me feels like we're going to get absolutely inundated with enemies this time. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to build 2 little bases. We're going to build one just over here. Just a little crappy thatch one with a bedroll in it that we can use to spawn in if we die. So we've got more than enough sticks and thatch to be able to make one of these. Ah, I say that, I ain't got enough thatch. It's not thatch, fern. Not fern, fibre. Same difference, all the same thing. Just inventory's full, yeah, of course it is. Four walls. Store. Yeah, there we go, we've got all our buffs. Let's make the bedroll. Now we're still going to keep our bedroll back at our base, but it just means that we've just set a spawn point here now. So if we die in a minute over here for any reason, then we can literally just spawn back straight here near where we might have died to get our gear back. Then we're going to build a platform just next to this. Because it doesn't really look like there's anywhere we can climb up on to use to protect ourselves here. Let's just build one right here. So wooden one, because it's a little bit more robust. Oh no, we've got inventory space because something's gone off. Carrying too much crap. Don't really want it to be clipping into the floor. Or walls. Make sure we face them the right way this time. There you go, let me put the roof on it the right way now because we didn't do it inside out. 4 posts. And a ladder to be able to get up. Oh, it might be a little bit too low there for the ladder to reach the top. I just heard something clumping around over there that sounded a lot heavier than normal wildlife. That could have been a bear. Let's put our campfire down. Oh, we might as well start cooking some meat on it while we're here, eh? And our carrots. Well, we've got enough arrows. I think we've got enough, but let's craft a few extras just in case, because you never know. I don't get stuck on stuff.
Okay, it's arming. Maybe stand back, just in case.
Oh, really? Is there a radius for this?
Whatever that satellite's doing, the wildlife really don't like it. Group 15
Yeah, I know.
will be interested to hear about this. Something wild's coming your way.
Oh, what? You got me all worried. What's coming? Where is it? I'm gonna lose my stamina and everything now because the storm's coming. It's not a good timing. This timing's bad. You've done this on purpose. Sometimes I think the game throws a storm at you just as you're doing these things on purpose, just to make it even more difficult. I'm stealthed at the moment, so whatever's gonna be coming wildlife-wise, I'm hoping he's just
Alright, you're good.
around the edge somewhere.
Warheads ready when you are. Don't hear that every day.
You don't know. Well, whatever's supposed to be coming, it ain't here on me right now, and that's all that matters. I should have put a door on this one. This one would have been better against the storm. That thing over there. We're just going to stay up here for a second anyway, because we're cooking food at the moment. But I think we've got lucky, you know. I think we got lucky with the wildlife on this mission. It's going swimmingly so far. The Arctic one's going to be the bummer, I think. I'm just gonna pop my head around the corner and there'll be a puma sat right here.
Okay. Number 2. These
Two.
things were designed to be deployed in orbit.
I need number 2.
Crack that at ground level, and it'd eat everything from here to the horizon. So, don't.
Why is there leather in there? Did I put leather in there? Am I going mad? Did leather just magically appear in that inventory of the fire there? I don't know. Was that already in there? I can't remember seeing it. I'm hallucinating or something. I'm going nuts. What's going on? Just got 100 leather out the fire. Maybe I'll put it in there. I don't know. I can't remember. I have to watch that back later. I can't remember putting 100 leather in there, but... Did I just drag it? Oh, no, I know why it... Excuse me. I think I just dragged and dropped the meat to a spot in here in my inventory where the leather was, and it swapped it. That's what happened. Oh, there's me thinking I was lucky and got 300 leather. I didn't. I already had it. I'll wait for my carrots to finish cooking, you know? Just patrolling and that, you know? Rolling and patrolling. And while that's waiting, we might as well get our storm exposure level down quick just by jumping in here. Yeah, storm exposure going down now. Alright, just while that's cooking and while we're waiting for the storm to end, I'm just literally gonna go and make a quick hot chocolate because that's been on my mind right since I mentioned it earlier. So I'll be back really quick. It's not going to take long for me to make hot chocolate, and hopefully by the time I'm finished, carrots are going to be cooked, and we'll move on back to base, craft our fur armor, and then head to the Arctic to do the final crash site. Mocha chocolate. So we're mocha chocolate'd up. We're not dead. We'll come back, which is always good. When you go AFK. Ooh. And our carrots are done. Good. Who's that I'm hearing over there? Alright, let's get the F out of here. Let's go and pick up this bedroll. Take it with us. So we'll use that. Alright. Let's head back to camp. You know, me not getting any wildlife coming in these 2 times, I think that might be a bug, you know, if I'm honest. I've been thinking about it. Because I'm playing the beta. The first crash site I did, I had a puma, black puma. And it had like the boss health, like the yellow boss health bar with the little skull next to it. It was quite hard to kill, so I just think the fact that I've not had anything like that spawn in on both of these crash sites I've done so far really does make me think that it's maybe a bug. Or I just got lucky, I don't know. I mean, they could have spawned in, but because I was stealthed and not right next to the pods, the crash pods, I think maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know. Either way, I don't care. It's making my life a little bit easier. A little less action, but a lot less dead. I'm a lot less dead. So, you know what I mean? Like, actually, I need to go around the side of this. I think being a lot less dead is a bonus, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because looking at my level at the top left-hand corner of the screen, I'm like over halfway to being at level 34. And like if I die now, I'm going to get an XP penalty that's going to put me right back down to the bottom of that. Which is not fun. Because that's like 2.5 hours worth of leveling that we've been doing. It's 2.5 hours time lost in terms of like, obviously leveling up, which is another thing that a lot of people are a little bit disgruntled about. Yeah, I know there has to be some sort of penalty for you dying because the whole point of a survival game is to not die and to stay alive as long as you can. But I think taking you right back to the bottom of your level, this took you hours, that's quite hefty. I think it should be a reduced amount, like the death penalty, so to speak. You've already got to run all the way back to get your gear back, to a certain extent. If you've not obviously been in a position where you preempt a potential death like I just did then. Do you know what I mean? If you're not going to preempt a potential death, put a bedroll down near where you think you might die. If I was just out exploring in the middle of nowhere and I died miles away from... Oh crap, what's this thing? I say what's this thing because it looked like a different coloured wolf for a second. It wasn't. Oh yeah, it was. It's a snow wolf, that's why. I was going to say, I thought it looked a different colour. It looked whiter. It was whiter because it's a snow wolf. Thought it was going to be harder. I've come the wrong way. But I've started coming into the Arctic region here. I've gone the wrong way. It's another entrance to another section of Arctic. I didn't know there was one on this side. Glad that weren't a frickin' polar bear. There's a snow rabbit there as well. Oh, we've got all the wolves turning up now. There's another one there as well. I can hear another one behind me, I think. I was only going to skin these, really, just not because I need the resources from them, but because I get extra XP. But I think now we've got a few carcasses on the floor. We're just going to leave those. Because they're going to just keep attracting more wolves and maybe bears over to the dead bodies because they can smell them. We're going to just get a large number of wolves in the area if we don't hurry up. Yeah, this is where we need to go up this side. Indeed, Justin, they're always, you know, kind of pulling you into a false sense of security, aren't they, sometimes with stuff like this? Like I said earlier, do you know what I mean? You just get to a point where you become complacent and you think, nah, nothing's going to happen on this one, it's fine. I won't bother building a platform to keep me safe. And suddenly you get attacked by a group of bears or something, you know what I mean? You get ripped to shreds. So I did think that on previous missions that I did when nothing turned up. And I was like, oh, okay. Got no inventory space. I'm just seeing rotten food flying out of my inventory. Look at all these. I'm just going to make a load of arrows. Probably never use them all, but let's clear some bones out of my inventory. Give me a little free space. Like, this is the little pass that we went through earlier. This is what I was looking for. Between the two higher sections. Alright then, final mission. Well, say final mission, final part of the mission. These look like exotics because of the colours of them. But I don't know if you get paid exotics for dropping these, handing these in. I haven't handed them back in at the station to see, because on the beta you couldn't go up to the space station and earn money or points. Gone behind the rock. So if I was to get an exotic payout as well as the standard cash payout for this one as well, that would be bonus. Because there's some stuff I really want to buy from the workshop, which we'll take a look at the end of the stream before we end, for those of you who have not seen it yet. But there's some stuff in there I really want to buy, but to research it and then make it, to craft it, is so expensive. I'd probably have to do something like 50 hard missions to earn enough to be able to get what I want. It's just going to take forever. Maybe by this time next year I might have enough. It might sound like an exaggeration, but in my mind kind of feels like a realistic time scale. Which I'm hoping is not going to be the case. I'm really hoping they're going to just balance the game a little bit more to be able to make, for the solo player, these things a little bit more affordable. Otherwise I'm never going to be able to experience it. I might get bored of the base game before I ever reach those sorts of heights in the game. I'm just hoping I don't, but there's not many games that can keep my attention span for very long. Because unfortunately I have a little bit of an ADHD type attention span. It's very hard to keep me focused on something for a long period of time. Unless it really kind of triggers those parts of my brain that get really sucked in. There's not been many games that have been able to do that for me. Now, the game I've played the most hours in ever is literally DayZ. I've played a lot of other games for a lot of hours, but DayZ is the one that's got the most out of me. Up to this point, that is, obviously. You know, I'm not talking in the future, because you never know. I mean, there's so many games that are coming out next year and the year after that I'm really looking forward to, that might take a lot of my time, but This one is one I am investing a lot of time in at the moment, and I hopefully will continue because, like I said, I enjoy the concept. I like the idea of the game. Just hoping that the missions just don't get too samey, and there's variety in the missions. Look at that. I went into my stone furnace instead of where I actually wanted to go. Right, now we've got the fire on, we've got some meat cooking. Let's go and put this bio container in our drop ship so we don't forget about that. Looking at the time of day, we've timed this perfect. We're going to be able to craft our fur armor, go to bed, wake up fresh, and literally hit up the Arctic for the last location. Works perfectly. Right, let's see what we need to... We should have more than enough fur and leather now to craft this after what we've been killing while we've been out there. Oh, great, Justin. So you're literally going to be able to absolutely cane the game then, being a retiree. Yeah, you'll be able to spend plenty of time. Hopefully this game will keep you occupied for a while then if you do get it and you do play it. So I'm taking it you're into the survival genre then. Otherwise you wouldn't be here interested in the game, I guess. Well, I should speculate, but you know, just throwing it out there, you know. Right, so fur armor's crafted, and we had just enough rope. Well, we could have crafted more rope. It's not, that wasn't the problem, but it's just more faffing around, isn't it? Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to swap out, we're going to put our, let's put our leather armour into not the full box. We'll repair our bow quickly while we're here. Yeah, I do need to put the armour actually into my inventory. This is another thing, I'd like to be able to swap clothing into places without me actually having to put it into my inventory. Would be nice. It's a couple of different menus. It's not big, but you know. Right, so if we're going to the Arctic, we need to make sure we've got enough fibre and wood, because snowstorms there are vicious. If we get hit by snowstorms, and they can happen very often. You may need to make multiple bases to stave out the cold. Right, let's put this fur clothing or armour, whatever you want to call it. Let's put this on. Oh, there's the legs there, yeah. Alright, so there we go, that's what we look like. It's proper primal, isn't it? I do like the design of some of the outfits, they are pretty cool. There's another one I made on one of the other missions, it's like a hunter kind of outfit. It looks, I don't know, cross between maybe a ghillie suit and something type of armour you'd see in something like Star Wars is what I thought. I did like it. I thought it was quite cool. We've got carrots to cook. I know we've got a shed load, but we've got fish. I think we've got more than enough fish to keep us going, you know. Just going to top up on food, make sure we've got enough. We've got more than enough, I know we've got more than enough. We're going to refill our oxygen real quick as well. Although that's lasted us ages, and so is the water. Like I said, you can usually use these for like a whole mission, and they don't need to be refilled. Which is just one thing we ain't got to worry about. I've just refilled my water. Is there going to be enough here to refill the oxygen? Yeah. %. Good job. Yeah, I hear you with the PvP side of things. I mean, I've gone off at PvP as well, to be honest with you, and I'm not a fan of PvP as much anymore, but not because I can't do it and because I'm not very good at it, but just purely for the fact the amount of cheaters, the amount of people hacking now, using cheats. Like, I don't know if you watch Anarchy HD, giving Anarchy HD a shout out here. But like, if you don't know who Anarchy is, he's basically a guy who runs DayZ servers and admins on a lot of other community servers for DayZ. And he basically goes out there and just tracks down cheaters, proves that they're cheating, and then bans them, which is great, and I love that. And it does make great content, and it is really good, you know, content to watch. It's quite enjoyable and quite funny. But it just shows how many cheaters there are out there and how many are not actually getting caught. And the thing is, when you're playing those games that are really based on being quite stealthy and, you know, being kind of clever on how you approach situations that might involve PvP. And if someone's got an ESP, which is what's known as extrasensory perception for anyone who doesn't know, they can basically see you through everything. So they can see exactly where you are, how close you are to them, and it gives them a heads up. You know, but also they can use things like aimbot, which everyone's heard of already, which means they'll automatically get a headshot on you straight away without even having to aim the gun. Those sorts of things for me just take out fairness and fair play completely. And it's not enjoyable when you're playing a game for hours on end, working really hard to build your character up and craft all your stuff and get your gear, to then get killed by someone who's cheating and you lose it all. You know, so for me, because of the amount of people out there now cheating and using hacks, which is much easier for people to do nowadays because of how technology is, I've moved away from PvP purely for that reason, not because I can't do it, I'm not very good at it. So I enjoy open world survival games, but I'm more of a PvE player. I like the risks of the environment, and if I do play DayZ now, I actually play PvE servers, you know. The PvE servers, they're still a really good challenge because they often make the survival elements a lot harder than what's in vanilla DayZ. I know some of you who play vanilla DayZ say, really, you can make the survival elements harder? Yeah, you can. Do you know what I mean? So less food, harsher temperatures and environment, harder zombies and harder wildlife, amongst other things such as, you know, advanced illnesses and stuff like that, which I really enjoy. I really enjoy the hardcore challenges of survival games. But yeah, like you, Justin, I'm more into the PvE and survival side of things now rather than the PvP, so to speak. So let's take stock of inventory then. So I definitely don't need to be carrying all these bones with me. You want to grab a bit more thatch. Or fibre, whatever you want to call it. I think I call it thatch because there's another survival game that calls it thatch. I'm going to make sure we've got literally a decent amount of this stuff. And if we get hit by like multiple storms, you'll see why. Because what we do is we'll put together temporary shelters using this. Yeah, I agree. The PvE can really test your mettle. I mean, it depends on the game, though. I mean, some people really like that risk of losing everything in DayZ, and I really used to love it as well. But like I said, when you start coming up against cheaters, and it's easy for them to really, you know, kill you and take your stuff, and they've got a heads up, you know, that's not fair and it's not fun. Not just Anarchy, though. I've seen lots of other YouTube content creators putting up videos of people who are cheating and hacking, and not just in community servers, but on vanilla servers as well. And it's really hard for DayZ to find these people, because the thing is, a lot of these servers don't have active admins or on there actually trying to find these cheaters. Do you know what I mean? And that's the tough thing. So a lot of these cheaters go unnoticed. You know, they get away with it, and they can just keep doing it. There's no one to report them to. Now, who do you report them to on vanilla servers? Well, Bohemia, yeah, but how can you send the proof? And a lot of the times nothing happens. So, and it's like it in a lot of games. you only have to listen to how much trouble Call of Duty has been having trying to stop cheaters, to the point where in Warzone they had to come up with a whole new anti-cheat system, and even their new anti-cheat system's got kind of like these hackers figured out how to get past that straight away within like a few days. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the point? No point. There's no point in playing these games on a competitive level. You know? I mean, if you're just playing it for fun and you don't care if you die, then fair enough. But I'm quite competitive when it comes to those types of games, you know? I'm in it to win it, you know what I mean? I'm not going to play... There's no point in playing these games, like, if you're not going to try and stay alive and try and win in a fight with someone. Do you know? That's the whole point of it. That's the challenge for me. Hunting cheaters is a game in itself, yeah. I mean, if only you had similar tools to them, then maybe it would be, you know, fair game. But, you know, when they know you're coming before you even know where they are, there's no way of combating that. You know what I mean? Alright, let's deactivate the fire. Because we're going to the Arctic, we're going to take our coal, which will give us some extra heat. We are going to get a little bit more wood together. I know you're thinking I'm stacked right now, but, you know, it's all about the preparation. And try not to get hit by the falling tree. Proper planning and preparation prevents piss poor performance, as they say. I'd rather go to the Arctic with more than enough stuff than not enough, because there's stuff there we're not going to be able to find. Like, yes, we can probably find wood, but you have to go around picking up all this driftwood. It takes forever. There's no fibre in the Arctic, so... And sticks are quite hard to find as well. So, I'm going to get a few more sticks. Right, inventory full, okay, so let's go and just do one last rejig. Make sure we're good to go. Alright, we definitely don't need to take that many carrots. We've got 20 pieces of meat, 4 fish, 10 carrots. We're gonna take the torches with us, just in case we do go into a cave. And we can light the cave with those quite easily. Got a shared load of thatch. Fibre, even. I've got to start saying fibre. Which we can use to make the temporary shelters with. Because it's the only thing we can't find actually in the Arctic, which is why I'm taking like a ridiculous amount. We've got our bedroll that we can use when we're there. We've got a campfire, which is really important that we keep with us. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, that's probably actually overkill on the thatch, to be honest with you. We could actually do with a little bit more wood. So now we've cleared some space. Let's go and continue chopping the rest of that tree. And then we'll crack on. Picking up even more thatch here. Fibre. What did I just say to myself? Stop calling it thatch. Fibre. It's fibre, you know. Right, how much wood we got now? Let's just fill it to 300. I mean, we might be there, like, literally for a very short amount of time. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get past these polar bears without dying and actually find what we need to find. We are absolutely stacked. There we go, I've got a storm coming in. It's only wind, so it's not too bad. We only need a few slots free in our inventory. 300 wood is probably going to be enough. We've got 3 spaces in our inventory. I think we'll be alright like that. I think we'll be good to go. I don't know if to wait for these winds to pass or if we should just go. Let's just go. We'll stop off at that little cave where we got the iron ore from earlier, just to get a little bit of shelter to reduce our storm exposure along the way. I can't be bothered to wait off in there for a whole storm, because we're at the 3-hour mark of the stream now. You know what I mean? I just want to get this mission done. This is the last final one to do, which is what I see as being the more challenging location in the game, is the Arctic. Although I do love the Arctic setting, it's great. It's very hard to survive in. Which is kind of how it should be, really. Yeah. Right, here's the cave. Let's go and have a quick look and see if there's any cave worms reappeared for us to shoot in the face to get a little bit of XP out of while we're waiting. They respawned? Yeah. I know it's very dark, but... Hey Zello, how you doing? Is it Zelio? Zelio, how you doing? Did I leave Myth of Empires? No, I haven't left Myth of Empires, but I'm still playing Myth of Empires. I've just not been doing much content on it because of everything that's been going on with the game, which you might be aware of, you might not be, but you know, there's been a lot going on with it lately. So I've just kind of been waiting to see what happens with the game. They've been changing a lot of stuff as well, so I've been doing, you know, guides and that, but some stuff's going to be changing, and I just wanted to make sure that, you know, everything with the game was all kind of fine and hunky-dory before I continue with it, you know. So yeah, you'll see me doing more Myth of Empires stuff soon, but I'm not one game exclusive type of gamer anyway. Do you know what I mean? I never have been, I never will be. I know some gamers or some YouTubers are. Their whole channel revolves around one game. That's not me anyway. You know, I do multiple content across multiple games, multiple genres. But Myth of Empires is great, and I've been really enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to what the game brings in the future. But with everything that's been going on with it, I just don't know. I just don't know where it's heading right now. So yeah, I've just not been doing any content for it recently. I've still been playing it, just not making any content. But I will be once it's back on, you know, track, and all the issues they've been having have all calmed down. Yeah, we're doing it. Because you just don't know, do you? Depending on what's going on with it at the moment, you know, people might start getting copyright striked and having their content taken down, so... Yeah, like I said, I haven't done any new content just because of the lawsuits and stuff that's going on with the game at the moment. I just don't want to be putting content on my channel that could potentially get me in trouble for copyright, do you know what I mean, if there's any issues. So I've just got to be a little bit careful, you know, because I've been building my channel for a while and it's slowly growing, and I just don't want to do anything that's going to potentially damage me, you know, in that respect, with the legal implications with copyright and stuff like that. So yeah, so many games, so little time indeed. It's true, it's true. And like I said, I do like to play lots of different games. I still got actually I've got quite a few games in my Steam library that I still haven't even played yet. I keep saying, oh, I'm going to play that game soon, and I never get around to playing it. Do you know what I mean? I sometimes buy games when they're on sale. Sometimes developers send me keys for games, and I get free games sometimes, which is nice. It doesn't mean I have to do content on them, but if I do, obviously it's a bonus for them. But yeah, I've got lots of games I need to play. And like I said earlier, there's so many games coming out, like even at the back end of this year, like within the next month or two, So yeah, I think, actually saying that, I think one of the other games I'm looking forward to, which is Dying Light 2, comes out in February, I think. Now that in my is still in my head for December for some reason. I think that's because that was when it was originally going to release. But I love Dying Light. That's such a great game, and Dying Light 2 looks just absolutely amazing. There's a new Aliens Fireteam game mode coming on the 14th of this month, and I really like Aliens Fireteam, because Aliens was one of my favourite films out of the franchise. You know, the James Cameron one. That was really good, and that game's great. You know what I mean? Like, I think they captured the Aliens world really well in that. So I'm looking forward to trying out that new game mode. And then yeah, next year there's loads of games coming out. I can't even think of any off the top of my head, but they're all on my wish list anyway. My Steam wish list is like ridiculously big. A lot of those games are out next year. Alright, so, oh, here's the polar bear. We ain't messing with him. He will absolutely mess us up. We've got to wait for him to come round here. There's going to be a lot of these in this area. He will literally kill me in about 3 or 4 hits. If we was to mess with him. And again, this is where the downfall of solo play comes in. Because with a group of 4 of you, 3 or 4 of you, all shooting it at the same time, you're going to be able to kill it a lot quicker than just little old me with my one little bow and arrow. Killing it, you know what I mean? And I don't get no stat boosts or bonuses or anything for being solo, which is what I think you should. I think you should get either a damage buff, or some of these enemies should be easier to kill to balance it out a little bit, because otherwise what's the point? Well, I say there is still a point, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. It just sometimes makes it a lot harder for solo players, which I'm okay with, because obviously I found a way to work around it, and that's just by avoiding these things, which is what you would do in real life if I'm honest. But sometimes there's no avoiding some of these enemies, because they're thrown into the game on purpose as part of one of the missions, and you have to kill them to progress. You know, there's another polar bear. See, look, there's quite a lot of them. Let's just duck down here quick and have a quick look on the map, show where we are. So we are here, and we're going to literally come all the way up here. So this is literally taking us right deep into the Arctic Valley. That polar bear will spot me, or smell me, or see me, or whatever you want to say, at quite a good distance. So we need to get in a little bit further down to put a temporary shelter down on a bed. Well, I actually said that maybe I should do it here. But with him roaming around here, he'll literally do a patrol around this whole area. He'll actually break down my my base if I put one here though. So I wanted to maybe go just a little bit further down if I can. Oh, graphics all went funny then. Look. What's that all about? Not rendering properly, are they? Look. As soon as I aim in, it loads the textures. When I aim out, it reduces the textures. Trick used in game design to save memory, I think, or something like that. And how much it needs to load. It should be a little bit of a bigger distance than that, I think. Right, these polar bears, they blend into the environment so well because of how white they are, and obviously part of their camouflage is between those rocks at the moment. I'm just worried it is going to walk across here in a minute, so we'll try and keep a distance from it. This is the last mission, we can't mess this up. It's the last objective on our mission list, sorry. Is there a cave over here? I don't think there is. The great thing about the caves here is that we can make a little hole to sneak in, and the polar bear can't get through it because it's too big, and we can bait the polar bears over and kill them. That's how I've done it before. It's the only way I'd be able to kill them on this map. Until obviously I can craft myself a rifle, which I could have done for this mission. But it just, like I said, it takes so much longer. No, there's no cave here. It takes so much longer to craft these weapons than sometimes needed. So some of the harder ones that I do, so the one I'm going to do at some point very soon, to go to the desert environment, I was coming this way, to do the desert environment where we're probably going to come across the sandworm, we're going to need a rifle for that. There's no way I'm going to be able to kill a sandworm without a rifle. I think we should be far enough ahead now to actually run. Now, there's going to be another polar bear just literally over this ridge usually. Excuse me. So, I can't run for too much longer because it'll hear me. So we've got to try and use stealth as much as we can. Because what I'm thinking is, I think there is a cave just around this corner at the top. I want to put my little temporary base there, just near the entrance of that cave. Because a polar bear will rip through the walls of a wooden base within seconds and eat us. Gobble us all up. So the fact that we've got an entrance to a cave that we can run into, if one does come to us, then... Is it up here that there is a cave? I think it's just up here. Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, is this the cave that's open, though? We don't want the open cave. We wanted one we needed to mine a hole in. But do you know what? While we're here and it's quiet and out of the way, we're going to... Because sometimes there's polar bear down in that little dip, down in that hole. Imagine if there's a polar bear actually in the cave and runs out and kills us now. So... How far in do we, before we start getting the debuff there? Right, okay, so we're going to build a little base here. Just in time, just getting a storm coming in. Snow event. And I can hear a polar bear. Walls. Got a couple of windows on it so we can shoot out. If we needed to shoot, we will put some windows on it. How many more do we need? 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3. Was it 2? Oh, have I just locked myself in? I have. I forgot to make a door to get out the other side. Duh. Well, we're trapped in here forever. Nah, I can make a door. I'm gonna have to break this down. Just need to get a roof on it really quick. It's getting cold. Solo is most definitely a difficulty level, I agree. Whoa. What's going on with the snow? That's a bug. Yay, it's Christmas! That's gonna make me go dizzy in a minute. I don't think we're going to get rid of that snow effect. Maybe it's because we're not got no windows on the thing, I don't know. That's like a falling snow effect, that is. Oh, we've used all our wood. We used all of it. I thought we'd have enough. So we ain't even got enough to make a door. We said we were going to make a thatch one, that's why. I used my wood instead of the thatch. Right, let's put our fire down, warm up. Because we are freezing right now. Put our coal in it. inside the entrance to this cave, which is not as good as being inside the base, but with that bug that's going on in there at the moment. Should be able to warm up here. Well, actually saying that, I need to put my bedroll down real quick, give us a spawn point in case we die. Alright, spawn point's down. Alright, we're gonna have to sit here for a minute. While this storm dies down. Well, we're -8 at the moment, Celsius. And it gets colder, way colder than that. Just have a look at the map then, see how far we are from... So we've still got a good way to go. Not too much further. I think we're going to be dealing with polar bears this time around though, because there's definitely not a lack of polar bears in this region, that's for sure. So all in all, I think that this one mission would have it'll probably take us maybe around 4 hours to complete, might be a little bit more than that. And we only get like a really small payout. So the amount of time you spend, I just think the payout for the missions is a little slim. I would like to see a bonus. Then again, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to get any exotic bonuses for the actual bio warheads themselves. I hope I do, that'd be really good. Oxygen and water's still good. Right, storm's coming to an end. Still doing that thing in here though, look. Let's break this wall down real quick. I need to make a doorway here so we can get out. Imagine if there's a polar bear like right there as we did that. We're supposed to have made this out of thatch. We messed up. We used all our wood. I don't even think this bug's going to end, you know. This no indoor bug thing that's going on right now, I don't think it's going to end. Yeah, the sound design in this game is really good. It's one thing they got spot on. It's very believable. They've used very well recorded and processed sounds that they've got from the real world, obviously. The weather effects, sound effects are really good as well, and gives a feeling of space and depth. You know, the atmospheric sounds, really, really good. It's one of the things that impressed me the most about the game. Actually, we're just going to sit here for just a little bit longer and let our temperature just go up a little bit. There is a temperature gauge down in the bottom left hand corner if you hadn't noticed already. It shows cold being right down the bottom and then really hot being right at the top. There's a little bar that goes up and down, and you get kind of different debuffs and stuff. If you're too cold, you lose stamina, you start getting hypothermia, which reduces your health, and get frostbite. If you get too hot, then it goes the other way. So we just want to make sure our body temperature is good. I don't think it's going to go up any more than this right now. Environmental temperature at the moment is 12 Celsius, which is fine. Yeah, it was thunder snow then, wasn't it? I think because we're on an alien planet, even though it looks like Earth, it's been terraformed. I think some of the weather is a lot more violent and different to what you get on Earth. Oh, that storm actually broke some of this. At least the indoor snow is finished. Alright, let's crack on. We've got our... We can pick up ice as well as melt it down in our fire if we need water, because you don't find any rivers or anything here, obviously. So... But we're fine for water right now, so we don't need to do it. So you melt it at a campfire, as long as you've got a container to put the water in. You can melt the snow or the ice down in the... Yeah, we've got more than enough sticks, we don't need any sticks. Yeah, I think there is kind of elements of DayZ to a certain extent. Gotta be careful because sometimes there's polar bears down in these things. Oh, I just heard a polar bear. Oh, there he is. Just that. Need to avoid him. Give him a wide berth. I'm gonna go into third person for this because, like, you can see a little bit better what's going on around you. We've got to be careful we don't fall into any crevices that might have formed in the ice as well. There are a few over here which you can fall down. I need... Like, I could have crafted binoculars to be able to see a little bit better, but again, they take certain materials that take a long time to craft. I don't know if you can buy binoculars, actually, in the workshop. Oh, I love Namalsk. Namalsk is actually one of my favourite DayZ maps. At least at this point. I just love the way it looks, and the harshness of the environment. And obviously the ambient music as well. As much as it's quite a harsh environment to be in, it's almost kind of relaxing playing the mouse. I find it quite relaxing in an odd way. I need to check one of the caves around here for potential exotic materials that we can sell back at the work. Well, back at the space station. Now, one thing I've been mentioning, this orbital station that we go back up to at the end of each drop. There isn't actually an operational area yet in the game where you can actually walk around it and explore it, but I think they might be adding one in the future. I have seen screenshots that look like it is like kind of something they've got in design or planning. I hope they implement it into the game, because that'd be great. Go back up to the space station, have one that you can walk around and explore, have your own little room, an area where you can trade and craft your stuff, rather than it just being a menu screen, because all it is like a menu screen at the moment. I think this might be a cave up here. Here's the crash. Found the crash. Oh, we've got to be careful here, because there is potential for polar bear to be in one of these dips in the snow somewhere and we've not seen it. If we're running, it's going to hear us. Nice little snowy, icy overhang. Good spot to craft the little camp down there. I mean, obviously if that was to fall on you, it wouldn't be good, but one thing I was thinking is it would be really good if you could actually craft igloos out of the ice. Oh look, there's the polar bear, look. Right there. You must have walked up from down the bottom there. We timed that right. Yes, another thing, if you're listening, Dean, igloos. But I'd like to be able to craft some igloos out of ice. Another suggestion. Right, maybe use this shovel or something to get ice blocks. I thought this was a cave here. It is. Just here. So let's have a quick look in this. Get into this cave. We don't want the hole too big. We just want to be able to fit in like that. So if the polar bear comes over, it's not going to be able to get in there. Because that polar bear, I think, is going to work its way over. Oh, there's another one there as well. Let's see if we can do the polar bear then. Ah. There we go. Right, there hits. That's what we want, the headshot hits to do the extra damage. Is it going to come to the actual doorway? Come on then. So all those yellow numbers you're seeing on the screen are critical hit damage. If you hit the animals anywhere else on the body, it does literally like 60 or something damage. We want to be doing these 300 odd damages. There we go. It's the only way I can kill the polar bears. Kiwis don't do igloos. No, I guess you don't need to, do you? Because it's too hot. We probably don't really need to be skinning it. We'll do it. We'll skin it anyway, see what we get. We're getting prime meat now. There's no point in taking the extra fur. Well, okay, well, we'll take it for now. Just in case, but we don't really need it. What we did want to look for is if there's any exotics in here. Now, this is why you need a torch when you come into a cave, because look, there's a massive drop here. There's cave ones. Yeah, we leveled up. It doesn't matter if we die now, we ain't going to get an XP penalty. So what we're going to do is this is... Oh no, it's another polar bear. Mate. Let's get rid of this carcass real quick, because it's going to attract all of them. I'm going to save my talent point this time, because I'm not sure what I want to spend it on. But let's just take care of this other polar bear while it's hanging around where we need to be. Yeah, straight in the head. Nice. If he breaks through this hole though, we're in big trouble. I think it's a bit too thick. If he forces his way through that hole because of some bug, I mean, I'm dead because there's nowhere to run. There we go. So what we're going to do when we activate that final location, it's getting dark. It's going to be dark. We're dark soon. We're going to hide in here while we're waiting for that crash site to finish. I'm hoping we're going to be able to run over here. I think I can hear another bear already. Oh, they're just going to keep spawning. Like, as soon as I'm killing them, they're spawning straight back in. And he's heading over to it. We're not going to be able to outrun that. But what can I do? Stamina's nearly gone already. Polar bear will definitely break down any...
One more warhead, then we can all sleep tight. Till the next time UDA loses one of their toys.
So you just laid down over there on the floor, yes?
Alright, it's hot. One enzyme warhead coming up. Stay close in case it changes its mind.
Oh, don't tell me it's going to run out.
Surprise,
There's two polar bears there.
The locals signals don't like you firing up the satellite.
Is that 2 polar bears or is that a rock? The other one's a rock. It's just 1 polar bear. I think he's laying down. He's not dead. Looks like he's dead. He's just laid down. Let's get in here for a minute. We might have enough fur to be able to craft another bed roll and sleep in here for the night.
Warheads ready when you are.
Nice. What's that polar bear doing? It's still on the floor down here. I know it's moving. See, if I kill him, another one's just literally going to spawn straight there. It's doing it on purpose. It's keeping one in this area. Oh, it's a little bit too high. Just a little smidgen too high. There we go. Level 71 polar bear. Definitely ain't living through that. Every time they get closer to getting through the hole, they're going to break through soon. It's only that little bit above his head that's stopping him from getting through right now. The width of it is wide enough for him to get through. Oof. Got all those arrows. God. Wouldn't do that out in the open, that's for sure. My bow's nearly broken as well. You see what I mean about why we brought the extra bow? Why doesn't it let me swap it? I've just heard one spawn in already. Man. It's not being kind. And temperature's dropping now because of the time of night. Let's dispose of the carcass real quick, so it doesn't attract any over. I've got no space in my inventory for any of this stuff really, but yeah, I can't take any more. I have to drop some stuff over here quick. It's the meat and the ice that we picked up by mistake. Oh, we've got prime meat there. Alright, that's good. That gives us extra health. What we're going to do is we're going to camp here in this bit quickly for the night. I'm hoping we've got enough to make a bedroll, because we're not getting the debuff here. Still got my coal. 11 to the face. Is that how many it took? I wasn't even counting. Doesn't surprise me at all. Let's get our bedroll down. Sleep. There we go. Morning is broken. So what we'll do is we'll set this as a spawn point for now, just in case we die trying to get the canister. I'm going to try and make a run for it now. Oh, I say that. Look how close the bear is. We're going to have to wait for this bear to... It's minus 10 out here. Let's go and get back in front of that fire for a sec. Wait for that bear to scoot off a little bit. Let's eat that now. It's going to give us a bit of a buff. Oh no, it didn't, because we still had our other buff active. Oh, I don't know, it looks like it might have increased the length of our health bar, maybe. We'll wait for one more prime meat to finish cooking, and then we'll take a quick look outside, see what's going on. Well, your OCD makes you count shots, Justin. It's actually a really good habit to get into. Like in some tactical games, I'll probably try and count shots, like with rifles and stuff like that. But in this, because I know I've got a load of arrows, I don't count. Mission done, pretty much. All we've got to do is make it back to the drop pod.
One enzyme warhead coming up. Stay close in case it changes its mind.
No, it's not going to change its mind because we've done it. We've just collected it, bud. Right, let's Scarper. Where is it? It's this one here. Went super wide, didn't we? Where was it? Have I missed it? I mean, I've missed it. It's up here. Just ran past it. It's hidden behind these rocks. You know what? I'm going to leave that there. What I'm going to do really quick. There is a cave not far from here that on one of the other missions had some exotics in it. Like some exotic well, what is it? Some like exotic ore, and oh, before we leave, I want to go and check it. Just a polar bear. I'm gonna go wide. I'm gonna leave the bedroll there as a spawn point. Oh, he's actually going off the other direction now. That's fine. So what I'm gonna do is, because of where we're at right now, the map wants to actually clear. We're going to go up to this other cave real quick while we're here. Have a look to see if any exotic material spawned in there. Because I did read somewhere, I don't know how true this is, that once you've completed the first mission that unlocks the ability to be able to get exotic ore, that they should keep spawning in on other missions. So we might be able to mine some exotic ore to take back with us as well and get a bonus. But this is a little risky because if we die now, we could potentially fail the whole mission if that canister breaks. As he was saying that they are potentially kind of volatile. There's a lot of polar bears in this area, but I don't think we're too far from this cave. I just think while we're over here, we might as well have a quick look. I don't know if I'm overreaching or not, but the saying "who dares wins" does spring to mind a little bit. And we're not doing too bad so far by being careful with what we're doing. He says as he nearly launches himself off a cliff. I mean, we've got a spawn point right there now that we've just put down. We've got more than enough food. Ah, there you go. There's the mega HP boost right there. So we didn't get it from that first piece of meat we ate. Here's one of those crevices I was talking about. And crack in the ice. So is it this cave? Can't remember if it was this cave or not. Gotta be careful because these dips that go down, there's sometimes polar bears down there. You don't see them obviously because they're down in there. Wow, there's loads. cave worms in here. And they start spitting acid. It's poison acid. Not acid, but some sort of poison. We got the buff, the health buff, so we should be fine. There was more than that though, weren't there? Where's the others? The damn hive cave worms. I can't see anything glowing. But I don't think it was this cave that we originally got the exotic material from. It was one of the others. I had to mine my way in. You know when you see it because it's like the ore glows in the dark almost. So I don't think it's this cave where we got it originally from the mission. These are just different types of ore. They're not exotic ores. Right, okay, so there's no exotic ore in this one. It's a little bit further up, I think, the one I'm thinking of. Oh, shit. Excuse my language. There's no getting away from that bear. If that spots us, we're in deep doo-doo. Let's go wide. Like, that definitely was nowhere near a second ago. The game has just spawned that in there. It's just literally spawned it in there because we're in the area. Unless it was that one that was up there and he's just roamed down, he might have done. But I didn't think we were in the cave that long for it to get all the way over. One thing I haven't tried is if they can get down some of these crevices. They might be able to get down them. I've not tried that. It's a long way to come to risk it. I mean, you might be able to bait them to fall into it, but they'd probably run up. I don't know if it'd get stuck. I know some holes in the snow they can fall down and get stuck in. Fortune favours the bold, indeed. It's just we've been on this mission for a long time now. 3 hours and 41 minutes we've been in this mission. We need to close off the mission and hand in what we've got. I just don't want to overstretch. Or overreach, so to speak. There was literally one more cave I wanted to check out, and it's just up here. Oh god. We've got a blizzard, that's not good. Good job we're near this cave that we can use for shelter. Because the temperature's going to drop ridiculous now. There's the polar bear. Oh, that's closer than I thought. Crap. Where is this cave? It's a little bit further up. Wish this map had hurried up and clear so I can see. We're going to freeze to death if we stay out here in this. Can't even, like, I'm already frozen right down to the bottom. We're going to have to risk running down the side. The fact that this is obscuring our view because our screen is frozen means that I can't actually see if there's a polar bear anyway. Well, I probably could, but not as well. Where's this cave? Thought it was here. It must be further up. The storm is about to hit, like, proper hard. I don't know if you can see up in the top right hand corner. It shows you the type of storm it is and how hard it is. Like, there's red patches in that. And the darker red they are, the more severe that part of the storm's going to be. You know, we're close to getting hypothermia here. This is stopping us from moving as fast as well. Where's this final? There is one more cave up here on the right. I know there is somewhere. Where is it? There's also going to be another polar bear in a minute as well. Is it just here? No. But we're going to be forced to have to make a quick temporary shelter. As we're losing health now. Thatch is crap for this as well. It's going to break almost immediately. Just need to get out of this weather for a second. There's definitely a bug with that snow falling when you put a roof on. This just gets us out the snow, lets our exposure gauge go down a little bit. How far up are we? I thought there was one more cage. One more cave, sorry. And we put craft the fire. The sound's making you cold, yeah. I hear you. Oh yeah, it won't let me put the fire down because of the... Make a repair hammer quick. It's a long section of red here. Minus 32. Temperature wise at the moment, that's blistering cold. I'm not going to be able to start a fire while this is like this. Oh, without the fur clothing that we crafted, we would have been like dead from this. We'd have frozen to death by now. Air hammer's about to break. Almost through it. Almost through the worst. This is very off-putting, this bug. I'm hoping once the storm stops, this is going to stop. It did earlier, didn't it? Let's see if it'll let us put the fireplace down. Still got our coal because we made sure we picked that up. Let's warm up a bit. Almost there. Oh, The Long Dark. Yeah, another really good survival game, and I played a lot of that. That was really good. It's a game I want to actually go back and play because they've added a lot of extra content to that since I last played it. I played it when it literally first either came into early access or was first released. I can't remember which one, but it was literally as soon as it hit the Steam store I played it, and that is pretty brutal as far as a survival game goes. There was another one as well. What was it called? Something Silence, I think, maybe, which is like a kind of really wintry survival game. That was really hard as well. I can't remember exactly what it was called. Something Silence, I'm sure it was. Fade to Silence, maybe, or something like that. That was actually really, really good. You can actually build yourself like a husky sled and sled around the map because it's an icy map. That was quite fun, but hard. So there is some good wintry survival ones. There is Winter Survival Simulator that's supposed to be coming out at some point. It did say it was going to come out this year, and I played the demo of that, and I thought that was actually quite good. I'll probably play that once it comes out at full release. But right, we're nearly through the desert. We're warmed up almost. We can crack on in a second. Our temperature gauge is still going up, so just gonna let it get to its peak and then we'll crack on. Because I know this snow inside the falling from the roof is a bit off-putting right now, but I reckon that'll do us. I'm gonna take our fire with us. The temperature's dropping really quick though. I'm sure there's one more cave. Could be wrong, but I thought there was one more. Yeah. Right here. We will look how close we were to it. I think this might be the one that we did for the mission because I remember having to mine into it like this. Yeah, what did you think to that one, Justin? Oh, these... Ah. You know what? I can hear it. I am going to get poisoned here because I'm stuck.
Dom, you have a new subscriber. Yeah, boy.
Oh, thanks for the sub there, dude. David, appreciate it, my man. Where's the anti-poison tonic? This is why we bought it. There we go. I thought I heard a polar bear coming in behind us there, which is why I had to rush through and risk getting poisoned. Because I needed to get in here far enough to not actually get absolutely annihilated by a polar bear. Because the polar bear sometimes will hear the noise of you mining if they're close enough and run over. I think this was the cave from the mission where the exotic was, but there doesn't seem to be one here in this mission, so I don't think they spawn in maybe on certain missions. So this was the last cave that I wanted to check, and there's definitely not a exotic in here. I'm not being blind. You can see them glowing up. They're very distinctive. So let's get out of the cave before we actually get pneumonia. I mean, there might be one more cave, but I don't think there is. I think this is the last cave on this side before you go out actually to the area that's kind of all green. Now we've got two options. One option is we can go all the way back through the snowy area, or we can try and make it out to the greener area, the foresty area, but we're going to have to do a really long route all the way around, which is probably about the same distance, but I think less risky in terms of how many predators there are. Like the polar bears are obviously the most difficult predators I've come across so far. So I think we're going to go the long way around, but in the forest. Say that I say the long way around. It seems to be about the same distance. Oh crap! There's a polar bear there. He's spotting me. Yeah, he heard me. We don't have to kill him. We could avoid him. He's going to walk up on that right side. Looking at our health, we actually need to eat some food to just recover that little bit of lost health there. Yeah, I think less bears are a good thing trying to get back. There's another bear. This is a brown bear. What level is this brown bear? It's not showing me its level, because I'm not close enough to it. For some of the brown bears you can actually take out, they're like a lot weaker than the polar bears. Whew. So we made it out of the Arctic area. One of the Arctic areas, obviously there's a few in the map. There's one that's massive. One that I went to in the beta where the mammoth was, the woolly mammoth that you had to kill. Well, attempt to kill. I couldn't kill it on my own solo, it was too hard. I mean, can you imagine the size of a woolly mammoth? It was ridiculous. That is obviously a mission that is in the game. But that actual area that was in is huge. It's a huge Arctic area. Like, it makes that look like a tiny area. Pretty much. And that seems quite vast, but... Right, so now we've got to run all the way around, because there's a big mountain in the way, splitting this up. We've now got to run all the way up and round. Shouldn't be too difficult. Now there is another cave here. I don't think exotics... Oh, shh. No way. We're in trouble. Because we've got a boar on us as well, we're going to die. Man, no way. Didn't see that bear. Didn't see that bear. It made no noise that it was there. Frustrating. There's me saying, oh, it's going to be less risky going this way. Yeah, right. Bear caught us by surprise. The thing is, right, is if we'd have spotted it first, we could have got our stealth bonus on it. So by basically getting a stealth bonus on it, you get like 2.5 times the stealth. If we'd have shot it in the head, it probably only would have taken probably 2 or 3 more hits to the head to kill that. Because it was running at us, we couldn't quite get the shot on its head. So we are going to be able to go back to our body, but we're going to have to run without having any clothing to protect us now. See, this is why I put this here. Oh, look what it's done. Mate, it spawned us in the wall. Nah. Come on, game. You can't do this. You can't do this to us. I can't. Thank you. Imagine if that just spawned us into an actual bear. I was going to say, I thought, oh, if that's broken now, we can't finish the mission. But this is why I put this here with these extra supplies in. Oh, the last bits of meat in there spoiled. I was hoping I'd have some food to give me some extra health. Yeah, so I put the suture kit in here because I knew there was a chance that if we was to die, we'd get an injury. And we were spawned back here, we might need that. So we're going to leave these in the fire. This is a long run now back to our body. I don't know if we're going to be able to make the deal with the cold. We're already frozen. We might be trapped in a death loop now. So we've got no weapons, no food, no water, no oxygen. We just got what's in the suit already. So just the oxygen that's in the suit is basic level. We can make it back to where we died. We'll be able to get all our stuff back. We are at that top end of the Arctic bit, which is why I put that bedroll down there. But we're still going to have those bears roaming around near where I died though. Which means we've got to try and get to where we died, our body, without being spotted by any of those predatory wildlife that was hanging around there. So there's wolves there, bears, and the wild boars. Luckily the temperature's not too bad at the moment. I'm not going to get hypothermia yet. There is another bear knocking around here, isn't there? Which is why I've just got to be a little bit patient here with the running. Oh, stop getting stuck, mate. Yeah, because we can't outrun one of these polar bears. So we just got to be real careful here that we just don't get spotted by one. Come on, not too much further to go. My body temperature's still not too bad. It's not perfect. It is cold, but it's not hypothermia level. Actually, I didn't realise it was this far. We probably should have made another bedroll and put another one further along here as a spawn point. Yeah, because there's our temporary shelter in there. We didn't put a bedroll down in that one, did we? We should have done. Oh, I missed that. Oh, I should have done it. I didn't even think. Oh, well, there's the polar bear anyway, and he's a good distance away from us. We should be able to run past this guy. Just got to watch for those two brown bears, one on the entrance and one just round the corner. Come on, Dom, you're nearly there. You can do it. You can do it. Stay focused. Just holding back some of that stamina just in case. Because we've got reduced stamina now because we haven't got our buffs from the food. Is that a polar bear there? Or is that a rock? I can't see because of the icy screen. Oh, I hope he didn't break the canister when I got hit. Oh yeah, look, polar bear. Oh crap. No, mate. It's too close for me to... We're gonna have to wait for him to pass. Why can't I get in between that rock there? I'm hoping he's gonna walk up in that direction over there. But if he comes around this corner, yeah, he is walking in that direction. Let's stay in stealth. He's stopping and having a good look around. Come on, mate, keep walking. You might not quite be able to see him, but he's just below that tree. Keep walking, buddy. Come on. Keep going. Don't... He's just literally stopped there. He's not... He's gonna screw me, isn't he? No, he's not. He's carrying on now. He keeps... They never do that. Keep walking, mate. Seriously. Right, so the map will show where we died. I don't care about you, dear. Alright, now polar bears are out of the way. We just got to watch out for wolves and brown bears. I think as well it's because when I've taken on bears in the foresty area before, I've usually got... Well, we just walked straight into a storm. I've usually got the leather armour on, which gives you more protection than the fur armour. Storm's going to reduce our stamina. We're nearly there. We do know there's a bear roaming down here though, don't we? We're taking damage because of the exposure. Oh, we can't run fast enough to get out. We've got a wolf there as well, look. Come on, give me a break. So close as well. It's a bit cruel of the game to do that to me, really. Oof. Right. All our stuff back. Now let's be extra vigilant, eh? Let's get that health back up real quick. Didn't I have some fish? I must have ate it all. Oh, where's this cave? Oh, I've gone past it. There's the bear up there. He must have walked around the other side. Where's the cave gone? There was a cave around here. I'm sure there was. I'm being blind. I'm literally running straight past it. Please tell me I've got enough to craft the bedroll. Oh no, I needed more fur. Can't use this fur. Can't use polar bear fur. I wanted to put a bedroll down around here somewhere real quick, just in case I die again. I'll be quick with the skinning because there's so many predators around here. All I need is fur. I ain't bothered about the pelt. I mean the bones or anything else. I just need the fur at the moment. I just need to get a quick temporary shelter down. Oh, 2 more fur. That's all we need. Just to put a bedroll down here. And then we're good. If we die again, it doesn't matter because we're going to be really close. Alright, just here will do. Just needs to be a thatch one, nothing major. It's almost night again anyway, so sleep till morning. Alright, bedroll. There we go. Woof! Yes! Good job. I'm a little bit annoyed, to be honest with you, because I could have done this mission without dying, but that bear threw me. Being able to recover arrows is not a bad thing at all, Justin, you're right. Oh, did I just drop them by mistake? Where do those 16 arrows just go? Yeah, I dropped them, but they disappeared. Alright, we'll just use some of this wood. Oof. Oof. Oh, that was stressful a little bit then. But we're good. I don't really need to wait for any of this. I don't think I need to wait for this meat to finish cooking. I don't necessarily think I'm going to need any more food. However, it does heal you if you take damage, so you might just want to wait for a little bit of this meat to finish cooking just to get us back to our pod, which, as you see when I zoom out, if we've unlocked a little bit more of the map here for you to be able to see, we have got a good way to go still. You can't quite see it here, but this curves all the way around. I think we're going to have to run all the way up here. But avoiding that snowy area. I know at the moment it looks just as risky with how many bears and wolves we just come across, but this area is really hot for bears and wolves. The further up we get, the wider it is, the area that we can avoid. See, this is a very narrow valley here, which is why it's quite dangerous coming through this little bit here, because the wildlife is all almost congregated into a small area. But the further we get out of here, the more space we've got to avoid the wildlife. As long as we spot them, obviously, first. Not like that bear I ran up on. Oh, I just elbowed the mic there. Sorry about that. So, yeah. Let's have a quick look and see how much meat we've got cooked. 3 pieces. 7 in total. Wait for this one here to finish and then we'll go. I can hear another bear. Now I'm confident we can kill these bears in this area. Unless they've buffed them since the last update. Will I need to take the fire with me? I don't think we will. I think we'll leave this one here. Meet back in there. We'll do what we did before though, just in case. We'll just leave a couple of bandages and a suture kit in there, just in case. So where's this bear that I can hear? Okay, he's nowhere near us here, so just need to double check. We've definitely got all the essentials we need before we leave yet. I'm not going to try and kill a bear if he's not nowhere near me. I'm not going to go off looking for trouble. But if he was right close, I know for a fact I could have probably killed him as long as I can get that first stealth hit. Gives you a massive boost taking down his HP. I mean, some of those stealth hits, they do like 1,000 plus damage, I think, sometimes. Which is why those bears sometimes only need 2 or 3 more headshot hits to be able to kill them after that initial stealth hit. If we see another brown bear along the way, I'll kind of show you what I mean. But if you don't get that initial stealth bonus, then yeah, it's hard to kill them without having some form of protection, like something to jump on. Or a base, at least, to use. A little bit like we did with the polar bears earlier. To stop them from getting to you. Oh yeah, there is a lot of wildlife just in this. A lot. But way less than there was in the beta. Now you can see why I was getting so concerned about wildlife turning up when we were at some of these sites. Like some sites on some missions you will get a lot. You will get a lot of wildlife turning up on those. Like there's some missions where you have to go and perform terrain scans, and when you activate the scanner, like one of the earlier missions, like 2 bears turn up at the scanner and will literally start attacking you. That's quite challenging early on in the game for some people. Like when I first did that mission, I died not because the bear got me, but because I jumped off a cliff trying to get away from him. Didn't judge it right and fell. Right, I ain't even going to bother hanging around to pick up the arrow and skin that. We're focused now on getting back to the drop pod, get back up to the station to complete the mission. But at the same time, we don't want any of these wolves chasing us down. Right, let's have a quick look at the map. We're nearly round now. We're nearly round the corner to where we need to be. So we're here. And our drop pod's down here. Just gotta be careful we don't run into another bear. Stick to the edge. Right, one must not forget to pick up the tools that we left in the base. In the cave there. Got a big gold ore on the gold vein on the outside there. So you do use gold for crafting some of the higher level equipment, which we're not even going to get close to reaching. I don't think I'll ever put enough time and effort in on a mission to craft any of that stuff. Maybe if we were doing the outpost where you're just purely doing crafting, but yeah, pointless on a mission. Until you get to the really hard ones, I guess. That sounded like a bear to my left. So close I can taste it. See, the thing is, part of me's thinking if I had carried on further up there looking for those potential of exotics in those caves, we would have gone back the other way, maybe avoided the polar bears and not ran into a bear at all. But it's alright, we're still alive. We didn't lose all our stuff. We just lost a little bit of XP progress, like with the XP debt, but we'd already leveled up to 34, so it wasn't a massive XP debt. And we've nearly repaid that XP debt anyway, so you can see the XP bar on the top left-hand corner of the screen. You know, it's that little red section. That was how much we lost. Well, we lost right to the bottom, but we've gained a bit just by killing those wolves we've just killed. So doesn't take long if you're at the lower end. It's only when you're right at the top. Well, I didn't necessarily think this stream was going to be this long. I didn't think this mission was going to take us this long. It's turned out to be a little bit longer than I expected, but we're nearly done with it now, so nearly there. Yeah, look, there's the pod. Really close. Final stretch, guys. Final stretch. Now, I've not seen any bears for the time we were around in this area, so I don't think we've got any bears in this area. I can see our base. Still standing, hasn't burnt down, so that's good. Because storms will happen while you're out of the area. That's our drop pod here.
You did it.
Done.
Congratulations. But watch yourself. Success brings problems all of its own. You're on the UDA's radar now. They're gonna want more from you. Be careful what you sign up for. That's all I can say. See you in orbit, friend.
Ah.
It's over. You did what you came to do. The Lagos unit may be cowboys, but they're cowboys who run Icarus. And you're gonna be popular with them.
Alright, let's get our stuff in the pod and get out of here. I'll make sure we're taking our oxygen canister with us and our water bottle. The fact that these are in our inventory means that we should take them back to base with us. But, you know, I didn't want to press that. You want to return to station. Return to orbit will settle your claim to this drop and delete all items you are currently carrying. Rewards will be calculated. Once everyone leaves, you cannot return. There we go. Job done. Complete. Awesome. There we go. So even some of the more simpler missions are quite grindy time-wise for a solo player, unfortunately, because of the time it takes. But so this is the orbital station at the moment where we are. Let's have a quick look at see what we got. Claim rewards. Okay, so it didn't give us any exotic points for the samples. That's frustrating. Because they look like exotic items to me, the colour of them, but it didn't. I'd already got those exotic points for one of the other missions. See how low they are? Because when you look in here and see some of the better stuff, like this bow here, which is the better bow, costs 1,000 credits to research and 250 exotic points to research, and then to craft it 750 credits and 250. Like, I'm never going to get to this stage to have that sort of money to be able to unlock some of this better stuff. It's ridiculous prices. Dean, you need to lower your prices, bro. Oh, thanks, Justin. I'm glad you had an enjoyable morning so far, and for any of you who've watched, if you've enjoyed, then I'm glad. But this is pretty much where we're at the moment. We've only got a little bit of money together. I had spent some, as you can see, on some of the stuff we were using earlier on. But you know, this tree here in the workshop, we'll continue to earn a little bit of money on missions. We can go to new prospects and choose new missions that we haven't done yet, and hopefully level up a bit. But yeah, thanks for joining me. For those of you who joined on the stream live, if you're watching this back, hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, if you haven't already, to like, comment and subscribe. Remember, subscribing is free, helps me as a content creator, and also gives you guys an idea of, you know, when I upload new content and what I'm up to.